Hello. Hello, chat. How are you today?
Here. Oh, I'm with a goof.
1 second. Let me just shuffle. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Okay, all done. I think that's good. Wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah. There you go. How are you today, chat? Are you having a good day? Let me put on my music. God forbid being left alone with the sound of my own thoughts. Anything but that, please. Oh, I forgot to put on chat on this one. Let's see. As you can see, this is not quite Warhammer. It is, but it is not. I will explain. Give me 2 seconds. Let's chat. I don't know what happened to Twitch chat, but it'll appear when it appears. Thank you, Nemo. This is a test for legions, not chapters. I didn't ask. All right. Let's see if this will work. So, hello, if you're new here, welcome in. We're going to be going over the 40k timeline in just a little bit. I'm just going to do this quiz real quick. Yeah, you're invisible. You're dead. Actually dead on my screen. What's crazy, though, is this. It keeps moving even though I said not to move, which is pissing me off. Why are things just not working? There you go. Anyways, I hope you had a good day. Real quick, why is Twitch chat over there? I cannot explain this. Is this like an OBS bug or something? But like it keeps moving my stuff to another. What the? Excuse me, to another continent. It's so annoying. I don't know. I wish I could explain, but I cannot. It legitimately makes no sense to me. But anyways, hi chat. I hope you're having a good day. What did you get up to today? I just woke up an hour ago. I decided to take my meds though because I realized I was going to do a react stream today. Otherwise I would not have taken my medication this late. But I was like, yeah, it's probably best for the good of everybody if I take my medication. I completely slept the day away. Hey, me too. Oh shit, I need to play more Hightail. It's just been very inconvenient timing for everything. Unfortunately, and I think I'm getting a little bit sick. I got ran over by a reindeer today. Santa? What happened? What happened? Explain. Alright, let me also doing what do you call it? A Warhammer quiz real quick before 4K timeline. Shake this feeling. I'm gonna make this big. I make big. I'm gonna add stroke.
Drink up. Having a good day? While saying this is the start of 19 months in a row of being a poison taster, it's one hell of a good day.
That's true. It has been 19 months. That's fucking insane to think about. Okay, well, everything breaks on me, so whatever.
Drink up.
Which is kind of crazy to think about. Welcome back, Exile. Welcome back, Soul. Things broke at work and made noises that were not good. Oh! Oh! That is not what I like to hear. That happens to me all the time. A bomb breakfast from your favorite bakery? Dude, I kind of wish I lived in like a neighborhood where I could just like go and grab stuff from the bakery whenever, but alas, I do not, which kind of makes me sad. It's definitely something I did not appreciate in my previous dwelling, unfortunately. We are doing the chaos breed test now. I could do this. I guess this one. I see. I'll have to do do I have a topic one? Okay. Doing a Chaos Marine quiz before 40k timeline. Real quick. I did the loyalist test yesterday, and if you want to see my loyalist results here, I will show you. I also posted them in Discord. I had to go look for it. Outline them. I feel like my brain is like just turning on. You know what I mean? When it feels like you're just like trying to register everything that's happening in your life, and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, I have a life. I do things where I'm supposed to do things. Bam. Okay, there you go. Never had a thought in my life. Can't relate. Yeah, checks out for this chat. The bald one, Horus Heresy? Okay, well, you know what? Here. This is... I would laugh if I got it. This is what I got for loyalists. Bam. I got this. I got Salamander. And here's a description. I don't know if you can read it on stream. It might be a little small. But here. It says... It says... The Salamanders are a loyalist space marine chapter known for their exceptional craftsmanship and dedication to protecting the weak and innocent. They are descended from the Primarch Vulcan, who instilled in them his own values of honor, loyalty, and compassion. The Salamanders place great importance on the quality of their weapons and their armor, and they are renowned for their skill in crafting and forging. They take great pride in their work and view it as a sacred duty to create weapons and armor that are not only effective in combat, but also aesthetically beautiful. So true. That is what it should be. You need to have aura. In battle, the Salamanders are fierce and relentless warriors who will stop at nothing to protect the innocent. They are especially skilled at close quarters combat and excel at fighting in cramped environments such as tunnels and corridors. They are also adept at using flame-based weapons, which they use to great effect against enemy infantry and vehicles. The Salamanders also have a strong sense of community and are deeply committed to protecting the people of the Imperium. They value honor, integrity, and self-sacrifice, and their actions have earned them the respect and admiration of other Space Marine chapters. How pure of you, I suppose, in some manner, yeah. But yeah, this is what I got for the loyalist one, and now we're doing the chaos test. What's the point of winning the fight if you don't make them feel poor after they lose? So I'm a snobby space marine. I'm a blood angel. The test of my results were inconclusive. So many people actually got blood angel in chat. So many people. I managed to plan a game with my friend tomorrow to test my latest additions to my Tau army. Have fun, dude. Good for you. Good luck in your tennis match, myself. Best of luck. Grunt as much as possible to increase your power levels. That said, let us get on to this test so I can, you know, get my shit. Because if you don't know, what the... huh? That's strange. Okay. Well, anyways, if you don't know, Glitch Stars is hosting a Valentine's Day month, or I guess like themed event, and there are various tasks to do for prizes. Some of the prizes include like a graphics card, which you need hella gacha to do. Okay, but I'm doing a test on stream. I'm hydrating on stream. Where's my hydrate? I'm wearing that. I'm doing it like dailies, dude. They're actually like dailies. Twitter profile picture. Valentine's starting soon. And then I'm gonna give myself 3 compliments. Fuck. Why is this always so hard? I think a couple people got Raven Guard. Amaya, it's time for 45 squats. Chat asked me how much money for you to do squats, and so I just made an absurd amount so no one would ask me to do it. It's no. No. I was like, if you pay me $100, I'll do 45 squats. So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. I did not want to do it. Gosh, how do I compliment myself? I'm funny. I'm curious. I'm
Drink up.
I'm thoughtful. There we go. All done. is very difficult when I'm on the spot. Thank you very much, Akon. If you're gifted, make sure to say thank you. Let's see. Okay. We got this, chat. What are we gonna get? What are our predictions for what Chaos faction, or I guess chapter, I will get? I will put it in the chat. I'll take the top 4 and then I'll do a poll. Emperor's Children. Listen you. Okay, start a poll. Nani? Nande? Why is it not working? I don't know why things don't want to work for me. Thousand Suns? Okay, it won't let me do a poll. I'll just keep this in mind because for some reason it doesn't work. That checks out. All right. Let's see. I'm willing to use... Oh my. Why is it acting like my control key is down? I think it's like stuck, unfortunately. What the... What? What is this? I'm not even touching it. I think it's stuck. Hold on. How do I... Oh man, I don't know where my keycap remover is. Whatever. I'll just pray. I'm willing to use religious fervor and zealotry to achieve my aims. I'd probably disagree with that. I'm driven by desire for revenge against those who have wronged me. I'm not a very spiteful person, funnily enough. I am, but mostly in petty ways. But I wouldn't actually, like, do anything for revenge, really. You know, I'm not that kind of person. I will say I'm typically the high road person, to be honest. I will say a lot of these questions are not really applicable to, like, most people in general. So I believe in pursuit of perfection and unique self-expression. Yeah, I'd say so. I'm a perfectionist. I'm drawn to fear and terror as tools of control. Okay, hear me out. It's not something I would necessarily do myself, but I'm drawn to witnessing the act of it. You know what I mean? Like a really toxic relationship. You know what I mean? Like it's like reading a thriller. I believe in striking fear into the hearts of my enemies. Well, somewhat, I suppose. Probably like this. I'm willing to embrace sacrifice and risk for the thrill. Is this gambling? Question mark. I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of gambling, so it's kind of gambling. I prefer taking direct and aggressive action in confrontations. I would say I'm pretty diplomatic. I have a strong sense of purpose and destiny. I don't know. I would say somewhat, but yeah. This is the chaos ring quiz. I believe in spreading my beliefs that I believe that change is inevitable and must be embraced. Yeah, I would say generally. It's in Discord. Hold on. I'll link it. I have to do everything myself. Sigh. Like your coffee hot. Let me be your coffee pot. There you go. Wanna be yours. Okay, let's see. I see the world as a complex web. Yep. Everything is overthinking final boss. I find solace in order and efficiency of machines and often feel disconnected from the messiness of biological life. I would say somewhat mild existential dread regarding this. What's up, Spartan? How are you? Night Lord over here. So edgy. I believe in the power of magic and very kind of... Yeah, why not? I mean, I think, okay, I was discussing this with my sister the other day, but like, the sixth sense is basically low-key proven. Think of all the times you've instinctually felt something wrong and then something happened. What is that if not a sixth sense, you know? And like instinct is like kind of the definition of sixth sense, don't you think? I find beauty in darkness and decay. Of course, there's beauty in everything. Except chat. I find meaning and fulfillment in serving a higher power. I would say to a degree, yes. I should start banning anyone who says 6, 7. Okay, I'm not particularly willing to betray people, but I will manipulate the shit out of people. I will say. But I usually do it in a straightforward way where I make it very obvious I'm manipulating you, so I don't feel bad. Why are we catching strays? Because this is a poison taster, chat. Will you marry me? I have a 20-piece McNugget box and 2 McDoubles with your name on it. Add a junior chicken and I will consider it with extra mayo and lettuce. And add pickles. Okay, I'm not willing to betray people, so I'm gonna put it over here. But I will manipulate people. I will do it in a very transparent way. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'll put this over here then. I'll move this. And then I'll I will do this. I see the decay and corruption of the world and embrace it. Wow. This, okay, it does feel a little edgy. I'm drawn to violence and chaos. I am... I'm answering... I didn't expect to agree so much with these. I'm highly attuned to an unusual aesthetic. I would say decently so. Yes. I believe in the power of secrecy and subterfuge. It's not a power I particularly would like to utilize, but it is something I believe in. There is power in it. I seek pleasure. Yeah. I'm willing to adapt and change my allegiances as needed. I would not really say that for the most part. I enjoy playing mind games. Yes. Just a little agree. Maybe you're just too wholesome, Jojo. I'm deeply committed to my faith or ideology. I would say I'm fairly committed to my values. And how I think, yes. I would welcome the opportunity to have various technical or cybernetic augmentations inserted in my body. I personally prefer natty. I value power and dominance over others. Yup. I'm willing to break rules or laws to get what I want. To an extent. You know? I enjoy causing chaos and panic in others. Is this one of my toxic traits? I'm willing to endure hardship and suffering for my beliefs. I think to an extent, yes. The ambition, well, usually I typically think of my career and I'm like, well, I could work harder, so. I'm drawn to hedonistic and extravagant experiences. Somewhat. There is a certain point in which I experience a level of disgust. Alpha Legion Night Lords or Thousand Suns. The general consensus seems to be Night Lords. I will sell all my morals and values for your love. Yeah, get membership first. I believe in using any means necessary to achieve my goals. I think in a grand scheme, I would break a couple eggs to make an omelet. You know, but it'd have to be more than this. Well, I think that there's like a certain level of morality I will not go back on, you know. I feel a strong connection to chaos as a force of change. I mean, this is kind of Mehrunes Dagon coded, to be honest. I'm gonna answer neutral for this one. I'm drawn to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Yes, I like learning. I'm willing to challenge established norms and beliefs. I'm very much a contrarian and devil's advocate. I find release and satisfaction in conflict. I think it depends. I generally experience a sense of... my anxiety around it has gotten worse. Well, Mehrunes Dagon is largely about revolution and change, so chaos is just another kind of element of it. What is this? I think my key is stuck, like, actually. This is obnoxious. I value resilience and endurance above all else. I wouldn't necessarily say above all else, but it is something I highly value. I have a pragmatic and practical approach to life. I would say so, yes. I'm fascinated by ancient mysteries and secret. Yes, I am. I'm drawn to deception and manipulation as a means to an end. Yes. I believe that technology is the key to unlocking humanity's true potential and should be embraced without hesitation. I think that there should be limitations, but technology is a large part of how we will evolve. I'm gonna say neutral. I'm willing to make tough decisions and take drastic measures in order to achieve my goals. Ah, I'm about to over here again. Huh? I'm willing to take risks and push boundaries for new experiences. Yeah, I'd say like somewhat, yes. I am streaming here because of technology. I have a short temper and can easily lose control. No, I'm actually very chill for the most part. But again, I got 1,000 suns. Hold on, let's zoom out. I'll do this. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. All right, let's look at the percentage first. Oh, this is big. Okay. Oh, Night Lords was very close, actually, though. She gets mad at me all the time for no reason. I have reasons. You give so many reasons. So, Black Legion, 70%. Night Lords, 93%. Death Guard, 86%. Emperor's Children, 83%. World Eaters, 43%. Thousand Suns, 96%. So just 3% higher than Night Lords. Alpha Legion, 80%. 66% for World Bearers. And 36% for Iron Warriors. Yeah, 3% difference is basically the same thing. Let's see. The Thousand Suns are... Can you... Hold on, let me see. Are Chaos Space Marine Legion in the Warhammer 40k universe, known for their mastery of psychic powers, pursuit of knowledge, and tragic history. Once a loyalist legion, they turned to Chaos during the Horus Heresy, embracing the dark powers of Zeech, the Chaos god of change, manipulation, and sorcery. The Thousand Suns are unique among the Chaos Space Marines as they are comprised largely of sorcerers and psychers. What is the difference between a sorcerer and a psyker? I don't think we've heard much about that. Wielding powerful psychic abilities that allow them to manipulate reality, control minds, and unleash devastating spells upon their enemies. They are often adorned in ornate and intricate armor that reflects their fascination with occult symbolism and arcane lore. Despite their immense power, the Thousand Suns are burdened by a tragic history. During the Horus Heresy, they suffered a catastrophic event known as the Rubric of Ahriman, which resulted in the transformation of many of their warriors into soulless automatons forever bound to their armor. Oh, what the heck? That's hella sad. This event left the Thousand Suns shattered and scattered, with their sorcerers seeking to restore their lost brethren and seek redemption. The Thousand Suns are known for their pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment, often seeking to unravel the mysteries of the warp and unlock the secrets of the universe. They are highly intelligent, cunning, and manipulative, employing intricate schemes and deceptions to achieve their goals. In conclusion, the Thousand Suns are also a Chaos Space Marine Legion known for their mastery of psychic powers, pursuit of knowledge, and tragic history. Led by their patrons each, they are feared for their sorcerer's abilities, cunning intellect, and enigmatic nature. I passed the charisma check. And welcome, Donna. Do you want to be called Madeira or do you want to be called Donna? Enjoy being a legal poison taster. Hey, if you're just a guy named Airman, you deserve your fate. Hey, I came later. I'm later, Madeir. Okay. I actually planned my master possession to be a former Tazon Exalted Sorcerer. I don't actually know what these are. Sorcerers can be folks that didn't start as Psychers, but well, Psychers are naturally born. So does this mean you can do like experimentation to make someone have a stronger connection to the warp? This quiz is calling her old and dusty. How? Ouch. The Thousand Suns are the one in Space Marine 2. Really? Huh. What does it say for the Night Lords? I'm curious. Has anyone gotten Night Lords? I want to read the description for that. I wish you could see. Because it's only 3% off. It's very close. Can you click them? Oh, no. Unfortunately, I cannot click. I can only do this. I know clicky. I wonder, can I go back? Maybe I can change my answer slightly. Oh no, I cannot. It just dies, unfortunately. Night Lords are all about terror, also cowardice. Really? Thousand Suns quite literally become dust when they die. Do they really? Dang, I guess I am kind of old. This is so sad. So that's my my capture card. Hold on. All right. Let's put this one. Yup. Yep, and we'll get over here. Okay, so we have two options for now, right? We have Arbiter Ian's video, and then we have Bricky's video. And then there's the Horus Heresy video from Arbitor Ian. What are we thinking, chat? No video? Is this a protest? Chat can't read as per usual. Checks out. So sad. Let's see. Let me increase the stroke here. Or add any to begin with. Heck. If it would work. There we go. The gem video? No. I've watched that many a time. Well, we'll watch both. It's just which one should we watch first? Because Ian's video is only 20 minutes, which is that's so fast for me, chat. Ian first. Let's have a change of pace. We've watched a lot of Bricky content. So before we get into it, hi, if you're new here, once again, just prefacing, I'm Amaya. I ask a lot of questions. If you don't want to hear a lot of questions and don't expect someone to react in a reaction video, feel free to complain in the comments and give me engagement. Because at this point, it's really, really funny to watch people complain about someone reacting in a reacting video. Like, genuinely, I get a sense of catharsis from it at this point. So, it's so funny to see. It kind of makes my day. But yes, I will ask a lot of questions. Chat will be very wrong. I expect them to be very wrong. And you know what? That's fine because, realistically, you know, you're gonna have misinformation. Chat is stupid. I have no expectations of them anyways. Hi, chat. That's you. And as we learn more and more about the Warhammer universe, we will have it corrected naturally. That's just how it is. If you don't watch this precursor, I don't know what to tell you. I should just like passive aggressively link every single timestamp. See, you would think the reaction is a point, but no. For those of you that do appreciate my questions, genuinely, you're part of the reason why I do these, because it's very fun to engage with you, and I'm very happy to see so many passionate Warhammer people in the community that just want to, you know, share their love of their lore and their passion with everyone, you know? A couple other things. I have diagnosed ADHD. I will get distracted. I ask questions. I have auditory processing issues, so I will go back throughout the video too and, you know, have to rewind a little bit. And it's sometimes a little difficult for me to register what was said just because, once again, auditory processing. Anyways, I feel like I've disclaimed everything I could possibly disclaim. If someone skips it, that's not on me. As per usual, I did nothing wrong. Okay, starting off with Arbitor Ian's video, and please make sure to click on the link in the description to his video and watch alongside me. You know, give him that watch time. Obviously, we wouldn't be doing this if not for them, and they did an amazing job. I've heard very good things about Ian's, but this is my very first Ian video that I'm watching, so... All right, Warhammer, Jesus Christ, words today. Warhammer 40k timeline in 20 minutes from Arbitor Ian. Let us go. Because honestly, the timeline has been really confusing me. Let me grab my notebook. I need like a scratch pad because otherwise, you know, I'm just going to get so distracted. All right. It is impossible for me to do anything wrong. Literally impossible. Also, someone take a screenshot of my test results back in the VOD and then post it. Oh, I have gotten Amber King recommendations, yes. Actually, holy shit, that's allowed. Hold on. No volume. Oh shit. Thank you. Sorry. Just as a precursor to, if you're new here, I've also been recommended a lot of stuff from like Amber King, Pancreas, Arbiter Ian, Luton. I'll get to it eventually. It takes time. I am one person and I usually do Warhammer only once to twice a week, so.
Hi gang. So during lockdown, my games
Is the volume
started a
okay?
sci-fi and fantasy book club. And one of the books we read was Xenos by Dan Abnett, often cited as being one of the best introductions to the 40k universe. After completing it, my friend
Turn up a
Mira,
little.
who had never read any 40k before, asked this.
Question. What's the name for the universe of Warhammer?
Cue a lengthy
Is this okay now? Or would you prefer it louder? And there's been a lot of stuff. Here, test this.
discussion about how the world of 40k is, well, our world. Just really, really far in the future. The best introductions to the 40k universe. After completing it, my friend Mira, who had never read any 40k before...
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. It's like... Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this key is stuck. Oh, thank God. I think I just unstuck it. Yeah, I did. Okay. We'll start from here again. So we could all be on the same page. There you go. Yeah, if you want to see some of the videos that have been recommended to me, they've been posted in the Warhammer chat and my Discord, as well as a suggestions chat. And, you know, you're free to discuss things respectfully and kindly with other Warhammer fans there. So, boop.
Hi gang. So during lockdown, my games club started a sci-fi and fantasy book club. And one of the books we read was Xenos by Dan Abnett, often cited as being one of the best introductions to the 40k universe. After completing it, my friend Mira, who had never read any 40k before, asked this.
Question. What's the name for the universe of Warhammer?
Cue a lengthy discussion about how the world of 40k is, well, our world.
Oh,
just
sorry.
really, really far in the future. I said that I'd write a short summary of the background for her, and when that went exactly as well as you might expect, we joked that I should start a YouTube channel and turn it into a video.
Oh, I was reading that. Damn it.
Pink light. So here we
Whatever.
are, a brief-ish summary of how 40k got to be 40k. If you're relatively new to the 40k background and all this is seeming a bit of a jumble, hopefully this will be useful. I'm recording in 2021 and we're currently at the start of the 3rd millennium CE. This is the dating system we
That's
use
such a
throughout,
weird thing
the
to
one
think
we're
about.
used to. I also want people, before we start, to bear in mind the scale of what we're talking about. Most sci-fi franchises are set a few hundred years into the future. Warhammer 40,000 is called that because that's when it's set, almost 40,000 years in the future. And that's a deliberate choice. It means they could come out with something really diverse and different. So we're in the 3rd millennium, M3. From the perspective of 40k, this is the Age of Terror, which is their word for Earth. From now until around M15, humanity spreads out from Earth, slowly at first using conventional sublight spacecraft and generation ships. Progress is slow,
so they do talk
and the
about
new
it.
colonies have to survive as independent units, isolated from the motherworld by
You guys said that there isn't much information about like the early aspects of 40k, right? At least I'm pretty sure you did. Hold on. Let's just get a... How's it only M3? I thought a millennium was 1,000 years, so wouldn't it be 40 millennia? Am I stupid? If it's 40,000 years afterwards? The general idea is that humanity advanced and expanded across the stars. So I guess it's basically just like a logic. Oh, he's talking about now? Okay.
to 10 generations of travel. Mars is the first planet to be terraformed to sustain life, and then others follow.
And then this
I'm going to
becomes the
reiterate
Admech
that the next big
planet.
change comes in M15, 12,000 years in our future. That's 5 times as far in the future as ancient Rome is
Sorry,
in our
I'm still
past.
just waking up.
In 40k, practically nothing from the Age of Terror survives. It's fair to assume that everything we'd recognise, cultures, nations, political systems, are all ancient history by this point. Between M15 and M18, humanity moves into the Age of Technology. But from the point of 40k, it's often known as the Dark Age of Technology because so few records survive. In this time, a few of the central concepts of the 40k universe are discovered. The first discovery is the warp. The warp in 40k is a parallel dimension roughly mapped onto our own, but instead of physical matter, the warp is composed of emotional energy. This energy comes from the mind of every sentient creature in the universe, each of which is like a tiny candle flame in the warp. These seas of emotional energy don't conform to the laws of physics, and so the warp can be a dangerous place to be. Looking upon it will send people mad, and exposure to it will twist and mutate physical forms. In addition, things live in the warp, beings composed of emotional energy that would try and devour any traveller and are constantly trying to break into real space.
Stunning art.
The warp is where a lot of the horror element of 40k comes from. However, there are stable currents through the warp, and since time and space don't mean the same thing there, a ship wrapped in a protective bubble of real space...
Wait, so this is a map of the warp, right? How much of this is constantly changing? And like can actually be navigated if you had this map alone, theoretically. All of it? Is there, I assume because time is near non-existent there, things are constantly shifting, and like for example this area may not shift at the same speed as maybe this area, right? I'm not sure if there's like a general like, hey, this area tends to be a little more a little slower to move around. That's how they get warp routes and channels and such. When something happens in real space, it always happened in the warp. If there was a really, really big space battle, right? Like a ship battle in space, in like the regular plane, would there be a direct impact in the warp, for example? Because obviously that would be a very high tension environment, right? Where there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of distress, a lot of emotions. How would that typically manifest? There's a planet in the warp where there are orcs in a perpetual state of war solely because Korn likes watching it. That's his Tedavi, his favorite channel. We have no idea. Have they ever tried to do tests where they send someone into the warp to in like a relative location to see like how it would play out live? Oh, really? Interesting. They actually did tests. There'd be a small impact. You really need to do tremendous amounts of death for a battle to cause a shift in the warp. I imagine so, because it took so much in order for Slaanesh to exist. They tried, the results are never reliable. Has there been any information that they've actually been able to take away from it that's concrete, or no? We're 3 minutes in, and so it begins, chat. Depends on the scale. Warp storm, maybe? I don't remember what causes warp storms. I know there was like one thing in specific that I made note of, but I forgot. Well, I know that technically when Slaanesh was born, she like always existed because there's no sense of time there, right? But navigators can sometimes glean warp routes that are stable enough, usually through a psyker. Warp storms are... No, I know what a warp storm is, but I remember there was one thing in particular that causes one, but I don't remember what it was.
Time and space don't mean the same thing there. A ship wrapped in a protective bubble of real space called a Geller field comes from. However, there are stable currents through the warp, and since time and space don't mean the same thing there, a ship wrapped in a protective bubble of real space called a Geller field could ride those currents and achieve faster than light travel.
Choir?
At first, only short jumps were possible, skimming the surface of the warp, but the humans of the age of technology eventually developed navigators, a controlled mutation resulting in a human bloodlines with a third warp eye that can perceive the rolling currents of the warp and chart a course through them. With navigators, humanity can spread across the galaxy and become wildly diverse and divergent. Trade routes are established, space nations and star empires exist. Humans encounter trade, humanity can spread across the galaxy and become wildly diverse and divergent. Trade routes are established, space nations and star empires exist. Humans encounter alien races for the first time, and the first...
For navigators, typically, what do they do, like, outside of the warp? Because I realized that we actually didn't really talk about it much. Like, we talked about what navigators do while in the warp, but it's not like you're constantly going through the warp, right? I personally like to think of the warp as a distorted mirror of real space. When nothing happens in reality, nothing happens in the warp, aka it needs us. That's a good way of looking at it, I think. There's a navigator and rogue trader. Navigators can leave their ship, but it depends on the laws of the particular house. I thought that they were like, like locked in to their chair. Because they're like, what is it? Abhumans? Or adhumans? Basically, the more turbulent and high emotion and the real world in a specific spot, the more the warp blends into reality and the more the warp phenomena manifests in our world. Within the warp, we don't really have much of a one-to-one explanation of the action in real world to affect the warp, but some heinous acts have been known to make powerful demons, for example. Oh, interesting. So it's kind of like a, I don't know why I didn't really think of it like this before, but it's kind of like a fusion in that moment, rather than like thinking of it like separate and then like a portal. It's more like overlap. I know people have said overlap like multiple times, but I'm talking about specifically during these moments. No, I swear I heard this before, but maybe it was something else. Maybe I'm misremembering. Mostly navigators see an armored bunker in the ship. They're too valuable to risk. What? Dude, what is... I don't understand what's with my
Most
PC.
alien wars are fought. Aliens in 40k, called Xenos, are always worryingly, horribly other. Humanity's technology is seemingly capable of anything. One big development is the STC, the Standard Template Construct. An STC is a machine or a program or a small factory, it's unclear, that can manufacture a single device out of whatever local materials are to hand. STC systems are sent out as planets are colonized, making sure that the new planet can make vehicles or life support or weapons out of whatever resources happen to be around. They are the sum total of human technical knowledge in a form that allows any lay person to benefit from it without needing to understand it. That's foreshadowing. The other development in this age is that of true artificial intelligence. Eventually, this leads to a great universe-wide war as the artificial intelligences inevitably revolt, known to legend as the war between the Men of Stone and the Men of Iron. The Men of Iron, the robots, were defeated, and from then on, thinking machines were outlawed. Any thinking must have a human mind at its core. This means that the robot servants that other sci-fi franchises have are replaced in 40k by servitors. Humans, usually clones or criminals, whose minds have been wiped and replaced by simple programming. Computers have vat-grown biological tissue at their core and sometimes rudimentary personalities because of it. With the Dark Age of technology at its height, by the end of the 22nd millennium, humanity starts to suffer a great collapse as the warp becomes turbulent. Great warp storms reroute or shut off stable currents, and slowly interstellar travel becomes impossible. Empires and galactic communities become slowly isolated from each other, many unable to get the resources they need. At the same time, instances...
Is there a specific incident that causes the warp to be so unstable during this time? When is this? M23? You said? Dude, I don't know what's... Is it stuck again?
...of psychic power...
The birth... Oh, this is around Slanesh. Oh.
Reroute or shut off stable currents and becomes turbulent. Great warp storms reroute or shut off stable currents, and slowly interstellar travel becomes impossible. Empires and galactic communities become slowly isolated from each other, many unable to get the resources they need. At the same time, instances of psychic power in humans start to increase. In 40k, a psyker is a sentient being whose presence in the warp is not a candle but a great bright flame. They are...
One thing that I kind of, I guess, struggle to, I suppose, understand would be... I know someone is going to say scale. It just is. Whatever, right? But this is like something I'm thinking about. And I just wonder, I'm like, I'm not too well versed in the Eldar, right? And their values and stuff. And they had like a disgustingly high population before, right? Or like they were pretty big, but then a lot of them got nuked by Slaanesh, right? I just find it a little difficult to believe that, like, you would, I guess that they would have been super, super, super far, right? But I'm just like, dang, I'm surprised that they let humanity expand to this extent, right? How much do we know of the early aspects of some of these species? Like, I imagine there isn't like a ton of information on the early Eldar, right? They were busy. I think by the time humanity came around, they didn't really care. I imagine that they probably saw us the same way we saw the Tau. Oh, they were fighting Necrons. Okay, so they actually were busy. Because they were made by the old ones, question mark. Sorry, I know we're like 4 videos in, but I'm still going to be double checking this stuff. There's so much stuff. So much information. Yes, they were. No, they were not. Classic Chad. The Eldar didn't care because they are trying not to be eaten by Slaanesh constantly. No, but I mean like before this. Right? Necrons were asleep when humanity was raising. I mean, isn't that kind of like the war in heaven? When humanity kind of woke up the Necrons, question mark? Or am I mistaken? Or have they not yet? No? Humans were to push over the golden age of technology for humans are very strong. Okay, so when he was talking earlier about what's considered the dark age retroactively, right? Was that considered the golden age for humanity at the time? I assume so, but it's considered the dark age now because we've lost a lot of that information. War in Heaven was 65 million years ago. Oh, that was the first one, right? With the Catan. They were so advanced, they just saw us like sea primates. Sea monkeys are cute though. I'm surprised that we weren't just taken as slaves and pets. I use AI and all technology we use now is based on that period of time. Okay. So it's a matter of perspective, whether or not it's the Dark Age or the Golden Age. Okay. It's considered the Dark Age of technology because the Adeptus Mechanicus consider all innovation technology to be heresy. Oh, so it's their narrative. Okay.
Are a conduit for the warp, able to use the power of the warp to achieve things that look like magic in real space. Its presence in the warp is not a candle, but a great bright flame. They are a conduit for the warp, able to use the power of the warp to achieve things that look like magic in real space. Psykers have always been a part of humanity, and in 40k that's where we get our myths of magic and shaman and witches from. But Psykers can be dangerous. Letting the warp into real space through your mind runs the risk of letting one of the things that live there in too. And without great strength of mind, a Psyker possessed by a warp entity...
I'm sorry, this image is so funny because it looks so whimsical. Like, so whimsical for no reason.
Could damn an entire world to mutation and corruption as they become a gateway to those that inhabit the warp. Possession, damnation. You'll notice a lot of religious language starts to creep in here. In 40k, there aren't really actual gods, but there are certainly things so powerful and alien that they might as well be. We said that the warp was formed of emotion, and those emotions flow together. As the number of sentient beings in the galaxy explodes, the greatest of those emotions, fear, anger, deceit, desire, become so huge and concentrated in the warp that they start to possess a great intelligence and compete with one another to influence the real world. These chaos powers are often called gods, but they're more like great, unknowable Lovecraftian entities. Still, dedicating acts to them in...
I think I might have asked this before, but Slaanesh wasn't added like retroactively to lore, right? Slaanesh was there from the beginning of like when the Warhammer 40k universe was created. Okay.
Real space can draw their attention and grant great power, so worship becomes the word used. The entities that serve them can be summoned and possess people, so demon ends up being the term used. Great strength of mind can repel them, so faith ends up being the term used. There aren't gods like we would understand them, but because of the warp, religion and worship are real and powerful things in the setting. As the warp storms grow and humanity falls into isolated pockets, whole worlds are consumed by the actions of rogue psychers, or cults worshipping the chaos powers, or simply starve for want of resources or are picked off by aliens. By the 25th millennium, humanity starve for want of resources or are picked.
Oh, is that are these Sisters of Silence? What is going on here? I don't think I've seen ships like this before. Oh wait, no, these are Eldar, right? Are they? I can't tell. I'm like, yeah, these look more like Eldar. It's so spiky. It's probably Eldar, right? Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, and they're fighting Ultramarines? Question mark? It looks blue. Da da dee da boo da. I saw this one, but I saw this one and I got confused. I saw this one first, that's why. These ones are the worst ones, right? Worse, quote unquote, Eldar. Banshees? Toko. I see, I think this is Ultramarine, and then this one is what? A walker? Like the watcher thingy?
Off by aliens. By the 25th millennium, humanity descends into 5,000 years of stagnation and decline known as the Age of Strife. Ancient Earth, by this point known as Terra, has long used up its resources and descends into warring nation states, facing hordes of techno-barbarian warriors using the remnants of past technologies. Every tool in mankind's millennia-long arsenal is used in conflicts from atomics to genetic engineering to psychic powers. Some organized states hold out, but for most of the period, Terra's permanently in a state of war over minute natural resources. It's into this world, around the 30th millennium, that the Emperor emerges. Nobody knows where he came from, but he's a psyker of staggering power and a scientist of unparalleled genius. An immortal.
It's kind of crazy because the Emperor is so prominent in the narrative of the 40k universe that you kind of forget how new he is, actually, relative to everything. Because it's like, it's 40k, right? It's only 10,000 years before 40k.
Who claims to have been with humanity since the start of civilization, guiding us in the background. That's the official line. There are other theories, especially amongst contemporary characters in the novels. From this point, we get into stuff that's known, though restricted, history in the 40k world, so we start to get a lot more detail. Also, background and novels are still being written that expand on this stuff.
Descent of Angels, Legion, Battle for the Abyss, Mechanicum, Tales of Heresy, Angel, Thousand Suns, Nemesis. Oh, this has the Assassin Aficionado one or whatever. Prospero Burns. Are these the Space Wolves? I don't know what this one is. The First Heretic. This is Admech. This is this Gray? Something? I don't know. Is this either Iron Fist? No, Iron Fist are they the yellow ones? They might be the yellow ones. I'm trying to recognize them because I actually haven't put too much imagery to a lot of them. Fallen Angels. Are these Blood Angels? What are these? It's a little hard to see some of these. Here, let's go through from left to right, chat. First Heretic is World Bearers. Oh, they were one of the Chaos chapters, right? Dark Angels. Dark Angels and Fallen Angels. What is this one? Descent of Angels? What is the difference between these? Are these like the same faction? They look similar. They all have different authors, I see. As per usual. I was a little surprised to see that these all had different authors. Not because I don't expect different authors, but because they all have the same art style. Same faction, different book. Emperor impersonating a lot of great leaders. Oh, interesting. That's a cool... Wait, is that fact? Or what? Because I'm sure that you guys probably see this and you're like, oh, you should read that one. Or this is my favorite, which is kind of cute. The cover art for Legion features an Alpha Legionnaire on the cover. We should just have an easy guide. Hold on. Boop. Let me close this. If anyone wants to link any guides or anything in the Discord, I have it up on my other monitor. So if you link a chart, like displaying the factions, I can see it there.
So it could change. I'll put this asterisk on screen whenever things get particularly contentious. As humanity on Terra starts to consume itself, the Emperor begins a slow conquest of the planet at the head of armies of genetically engineered warriors. Genetic engineering's kind of the Emperor's hobby. First of these are the Legio Custodes, his bodyguards, each taken as a toddler and genetically rewritten into a loyal, thoughtful, immortal philosopher soldier in a long and costly
I thought they were custodies. Is this one of those instances where no one can agree how to pronounce things? I thought it was spelled Custodes. Am I mistaken?
Process. But there aren't initially enough of them to conquer a planet, so alongside the regular human armies at his disposal march 20 legions of Thunder Warriors, adult soldiers genetically engineered to be incredibly large, tough, and aggressive. With the Thunder Legions, the Emperor sweeps across Earth and either defeats the various warring factions or brings them into his Imperium under threat of destruction. Yeah, it's called an Imperium, not an Empire. Don't know why. As a psyker of staggering power, the Emperor knows why the warp has grown so stormy over the last few millennia. An alien race, the Empire. Yeah, it's called an Imperium, not an Empire.
Oh, okay. Custodies is how I read them. I call them custodians. Also, that is crazy, Coyote. You literally dislocated both your shoulders the other day. Didn't you just have them pop back in? What's wrong with your body? I expect things to be wrong with your guys' heads, but I don't really expect things to be wrong with your bodies. Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't it make more sense for the British pronunciation to be correct?
As a psyker of staggering power, the Emperor knows why the warp has grown so stormy over the last few millennia. An alien race, the Eldar, were at the very height of their power during humanity's expansion, so technologically advanced that their lives were spent in indulgence and leisure. However, the Eldar race are extremely psychic, and as their society grew more and more decadent, the emotional energy that was building up in the warp was slowly coalescing into a new chaos power. When that power woke up, the warp storms would be cleared, and the Emperor wanted to be ready for that. As the conquest of Earth reaches its height, the Emperor starts work on the next stage of his plan.
What the? What am I looking at?
Plan. Humanity was that was building up a kick, and as their society grew more and more decadent, the emotional energy that was building up in the warp was slowly coalescing into a new chaos power. When that power woke up, the warp storms would be cleared, and the Emperor wanted to be ready for that. As the conquest of Earth reaches its height, the Emperor...
Interesting. I thought that there would be more shifting. With all the oceans and seas gone? Rad wastes. Oh. So is this just like, is all the water like radioactive now, or is it just gone? Like desert? Oh, but this is defined as a desert. Desert wastes. Gone? Huh. Ursh? Europa? That's trippy. Gone or highly radioactive? I assume from infighting and probably like...
starts work on the next stage of his plan.
I imagine it's a lot of bombing.
Humanity was scattered across the galaxy, under threat from Xenos predators and ever more vulnerable to the warp as it slowly evolved into a psychic species. The Emperor had conquered Earth, but the Thunder Warriors were too unstable and erratic to conquer an entire galaxy. He needed autonomous, reliable armies that he could send out to all corners of the galaxy to unite humanity. He stole a measure of power from the warp, and used it to create 20 Primarchs, giant superhuman generals. And from their genetic structure, he created another army of genetically engineered super soldiers, the Legiones Astartes, or Space Marines. Though individually less powerful than a Custodes or a Thunder Warrior, the process by which they were made, by implanting gene seed into adolescent boys, and the stabilization offered by their Primarch's genetic structure, allowed each Legion of Astartes to be practically self-sufficient. They could continue to replenish their numbers as they went. So that's the plan, and as the infant Primarchs grow in their capsules in the Vaults of Terror, and as the first Astartes were being tested from their genetic material, the powers of chaos managed to breach the Emperor's laboratory, and from their genetic Primarchs grow in their capsules in the Vaults of Terror, and as
these are all the... Oh, I see the Ultramarine logo here. What is this? Ultramarine? I know Ultramarine. And then... Is this Iron Fists? What is this one? What are these ones? There are so many.
The first Astartes were being tested from their genetic material, the powers of chaos managed to breach the Emperor's laboratory and scatter the 20 Primarchs across the galaxy. This was late in the process, so there was still enough genetic material around to create the 20 legions, though the lack...
No, I needed that image.
...process, so there was still enough genetic material...
Now these are really...
...material around to create the 20 legions.
Interesting. Okay, let me see. Thousand Sons. Hey, that's me. Thousand Sons. Emperor's Children. I feel like I haven't really heard about this one. Dark Angels.
Though the lack of nearby Primarchs meant that various genetic issues arose within the legions. When the fourth Chaos Power, Slaanesh, was finally born at the start of the 31st millennium, with a psychic shriek that almost destroyed the Eldar species, the warp storms were blown away and the Emperor launched his Great Crusade at the head of...
Wait, where does he say... Hold on.
Slaanesh was finally born at the start of the 31st millennium.
So this is when it's treated by humanity in our timeline when Slaanesh was born, the 31st millennium. But Slaanesh's creation started to begin, quote unquote, begin, because no time in the warp, around the 23rd millennium.
With a psychic shriek that almost destroyed the Eldar species, the warp storms were blown away and the Emperor launched his Great Crusade at the head of innumerable regular armies and 20 legions of Astartes. The crusade had a few main aims: to unite the disparate surviving strands of humanity, by force if necessary, to kill all Xenos found so that humanity has no competition, to impose the imperial truth, a secular denial of all religion. The idea is to deny chaos, a source of human worship, and to regulate, capture, and train any human psychers. But at this point, there's already a spanner in the works. Arguably, the plan had been for the Primarchs and the Legions to lead this crusade, while the Emperor worked on another big project, breaking into the Webway. The Webway is a subspace network of transit tunnels in between...
And this was the big project he wanted to do that he hid from Horus, and then Horus found out about it, and he thought that the Emperor was trying to fuck him over, and he crashed out and led the Horus Heresy.
Real space and the warp, built by an ancient alien race. If humanity could use the Webway, then it wouldn't have to rely on the warp for interstellar travel. And if this, the regulation of psychers and the denial of worship, could all happen...
Well, I know he hid it from everyone, and the theory is that he hid it from everyone because if they weren't aware of it, then... If they weren't aware of chaos, then they couldn't think of chaos and thus be tempted by chaos, but it ended up backfiring because they thought that he was just trying to fuck him over. Or I guess fuck them over? Question mark. This is what Magnus ruined when he tried to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. Oh, when he made that call to the Emperor? No, I'm not saying the Webway is chaos. Horus was misled by the chaos gods that Horus thought he was trying to be God. Horus thought that the Emperor was trying to be God? His logic was right. The sons knew who knew the most about the warp turned traitor. I mean, isn't there also a theory that he strategically kind of chose a long time ago, quote unquote, or like pushed certain people more to the more towards betraying him. The problem is that you don't need to be aware of the chaos to give the dark gods power. Yeah, but it certainly doesn't help if you are, right? He did tell Korax about the warp, not directly though. The Emperor told Korax? Horus is more angry because the Emperor hid the existence of chaos from him. Wasn't it too, he was sending him on like a super, super dangerous expedition to, I think, to take over like a planet or something. And that knowledge would have very much assisted him in doing so. So it was making it more, from Horus's perspective, him not having that knowledge and him, the Emperor having hidden that knowledge, made it a lot more dangerous for him.
Quickly while the Chaos powers were still reeling from the birth of Slanesh, then Chaos could warp for interstellar travel. If humanity could use the webway, then it wouldn't have to rely on the warp for interstellar travel. And if this, the regulation of psychers and the denial of worship, could all happen quickly while the Chaos powers were still reeling from the birth of Slanesh, then Chaos would be denied a power source in humanity, and humanity would be safe from it. However, the loss of the would warp for interstellar travel. And if this, the regulation of psychers and the denial of worship, could all happen quickly while the Chaos powers were still reeling from the birth of Slanesh, then Chaos would be denied.
So basically, he wanted to time getting all his ducks in a row at like this specific point because it would be the, I guess, the least damaging.
A power source in humanity, and humanity would be safe from it. However, the loss of the Primarchs screwed all that up. The Emperor had to lead the Great Crusade himself. So the Great Crusade sets out from Terror after 5,000 years of isolation and stagnation.
Wait, who screwed
However,
up?
the loss of the Primarchs screwed all that up. The Emperor had to lead the Great Crusade himself. So the Great Crusade sets
because all the Primarchs were scattered.
Out from Terror after 5,000 years of isolation and stagnation. The first planet encountered is Mars, ruled by the Mechanicum, a culture that revere technology as holy knowledge. The tech priests concentrate on rediscovering great secrets from humanity's past, like the STC systems, without truly understanding them.
Okay, dumb question. This was probably touched on before, but like I said, wealth of information to absorb and understand. How come they're only just getting to Mars? Like, I thought that this already had, like, humans on it. Like, I thought that they would have already had more regular contact with Mars. Like, I know that they haven't made the treaty between Mars and them yet, but why didn't they? It's been a long time, and Mars is pretty close by, relative to everything else at least. Warp storms? Oh, because of Slanesh. Okay. Terra collapsed to the point where it couldn't really communicate well. Oh, I didn't know it was that bad. Okay, that makes sense.
As holy knowledge. The tech priests concentrate on rediscovering great secrets from humanity's past.
Oh, wait, sorry. So during the past, they haven't had contact with Mars for what, like the past 10 millennia? Would it be about that amount of time? Because millennia 23 was when Slanesh was starting to be birthed and there were a lot of warp storms, and then millennia 31 was when Slanesh was birthed. You said 5k years. So okay, so they were still traversing somewhat during that time, but at a certain point it got too dangerous. Okay.
Like the STC systems, without truly understanding them. In fact, innovation is considered an affront to their god, the Omnissiah. Thankfully, an awful lot of tech priests think that the Emperor is the incarnation of the Omnissiah, so the Imperial truth is conveniently waived for Mars, and the Mechanicum ally with the Imperium. The expeditionary fleets discover various lost...
I wonder if the Admex, if they saw the Emperor as he is now, on the throne, right? Because he's basically like a shell of himself, right? And he's hooked up to a lot of supplementary technology. Do you think that would reinforce the belief that he is the Omnissiah? Because he looks closer to them now than before. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Because I'm like, I feel like they would think he's extra holy. Do you mean modern or 30 millennia AdMac? Modern. Mars once sent envoys to Terra way back before the Emperor conquered the planet to see what happened to their closest neighbor. They saw the techno barbarians running rampant around the planet and said, fuck that. That's funny. Yeah, because I'm like, I feel like he would be closer to their standard of beauty. Can you imagine a really cute conversation between tech priests where they're just like, hey, I see you got some new augments. You're looking mighty cool there, dude. That's a really cool little gear you got there.
Pockets of humanity over the course of 100 years of crusading. Some are advanced societies who have weathered the age of strife with their technological secrets intact, but most have devolved into primitive societies. Some resist compliance or have fallen to the worship of chaos or have been enslaved or mutated, and these are all destroyed by the legions. Slowly, as the Great Crusade expands, all the original 20 Primarchs are found, scattered on various human planets.
That's Horus. This is this Angor? Which one's Angor? This one's the Salamander one, right? Oh no, that's a different one, I think. The Salamander one, is he just like pure charcoal? So I remember all the salamanders look charcoal, right? Ren one's Magnus. Oh, he's the dumbass that called the Emperor to warn him about Horus, right? This guy looks angry, or maybe he's angry. Dorn is the with the big eagle on his back. Dorn. Magnus. Gold armor with white white hair. Is this one? This one?
And they are given command of their legions. Eventually, with the Primarchs rediscovered and the Great Crusade nearing completion, the Emperor raises one of the Primarchs, Horus of the 16th Legion, to War Master. Horus is to lead the conclusion of the Crusade, while the Emperor returns to Terra to work on the Webway project. But by this point, things have got a bit desperate. The Primarchs are all great leaders, but they're not really the perfect Imperial generals the Emperor was aiming for. They've all been raised in different human cultures with very different ideas of how to fight a war, very different.
Are these actually showing named Primarchs here? This is the Space Wolves one, right?
Different human cultures with very different ideas of how to fight a war, very different ideas of what the Imperium should be, and very different ideas about
this is the Salamander one. The goat!
The Emperor. Some see him as a great leader.
This is the Ultramarine one, right? This is the original one, right? Because there is the original, and then I think there was Robot Girly Man. Oh, this is Robot Girly Man? Okay.
Others as a tyrant, others as a god. Many see him as a father figure and feel abandoned when he places Horus in charge and disappears off to spend the rest of the crusade in a laboratory. Many of them worry what their place will be when the crusade is over. After all, when the Thunder Warriors stopped being useful, the Emperor just straight up killed them. And since they've obviously been stolen away by chaos at some point, the Emperor, never the most human and caring of beings, is quite closed about revealing his full plans to them. Games Workshop's also quite closed about revealing its full plans. I'm piecing this together from a lot of different books. Eventually, using some of these feelings...
This is Horus after he turned chaos. Sorry, I have to see all the images so I can start making the association. Because I do not have the association. I keep getting them mixed up.
Things of betrayal, Chaos manages to turn Horus and half the Primarchs against...
Who is this? I don't think we've seen a design like this before. This is sick. It's purple. Was this someone for Fulgrim? Was this Emperor's Children? Emperor's Children's purple, right?
The Emperor, and a galactic civil war rages between the 9 Loyalist legions and the 9 Traitor legions. 2 Primarchs disappear mysteriously during the Crusade. This war is called the Horus Heresy, and there's a 50-book novel series about it.
Those are the ones that are disappeared for plot reasons,
the
right?
Emperor spends most of it in his lab trying to finish
Or I
the
guess meta
Webway
reasons.
project. A few Primarchs die. Horus lays siege to the Imperial Palace on Terra before the Emperor emerges and kills him, but
So lost in the Walmart. They're hiding in between the clothing racks, guys. Please understand. I think Lion was the first Primarch to be created since he is a Primarch of the First Legion. Oh, but he's not the favorite. Lion was the original Ultramarine one? Or... Dude, I'm sorry. I get so confused with this one because I've heard a lot about this. Original Ultramarine Primarch. Oh, so it is Robot Girly Man, and then afterwards Lion took over. Okay. Lion Ultramarine? Am I mistaken? The Dark Angel? Dude, I get so confused. I really need like a clarification video for the Space Marines. I was very mistaken. Space Marine chapter chart. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ! There's so many! Is there nothing easier than this? Dude, they're so small I can't even see. That's what she said. Okay.
Is mortally wounded in return. The Emperor, catatonic, is placed on the life support device known as the Golden Throne, and the traitor legions retreat to the Eye of Terror, a massive area of the galaxy where the warp and real space cross over.
Try Legion chart. Legion chart. Warhammer. Yeah, this now help. You sent something? Let me see. Ah! Oh, this is the one he showed earlier. So Dark Legion, Primarch, Lion L. Johnson. Homeworld, Caliban. Here, let's put this image up on screen so we can all follow along together. So you can see what I perhaps may or may not be mistaken about. If I can save it. There you go. Okay, let's start from the left, actually. There you go. We have Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson. This is the one Stim likes. Emperor's Children, Fulgrim, and he becomes the Naga ass looking bitch, I assume because of Slanesh. Iron Warriors, Perturbo. This is the one you guys, was this the one you guys said was not useful? Or was that Fulgrim ended up not being very useful? That is a lot of factions, yes. White Scars is the Tagatai, and he's the one with the ponytail. Space Wolves, these are the Nordic ones. Imperial Fists, that's Dorn. Okay, this helps a lot. I will try and absorb this. Conrad Kurz. Oh, for Night Lords. Blood Angel, Sanguinius. Iron Hands, Ferris. World Eaters, Angron. This is the dude that can only feel angry, otherwise he feels immense pain, right? Peter Turbo was the MVP there. I love the stupid names for everybody. Ultramarines, the Goat. Death Guard, Mortarion. Legion size 95,000. Oh, interesting. Oh, so they're... Oh, Ultramarines are... the biggest? Really? Thousand Suns, Magnus, Prospero. Was that homeworld actually prosperous? Legion, Sons of Horus, Catonia, World Bearers. Oh, Word Bearers. Sorry, I thought this was a type of Word Bearers. Lorgar. There was something about Lorgar we learned the other day. Salamander, Vulcan. This is the Goat. Raven Guard, Corvus, Corax. This is the one you guys always make fun of. Alpha Legion, Alfarius, Omega. That's the one I'm gonna make fun of. Alfarius, Omegon. That's good. I am Alfarius. Your cringe is what you are. Ultramarines is the biggest legion with the most victories in battle, the most successful chapters, and the most worlds under its command. The favorite child of the Warhammer franchise.
In the 10 millennia after the Horus Heresy, the Imperium kind of devolves. It's placed on the life support device known as the Golden Throne, and the traitor legions retreat to the Eye of Terror, a massive area of the galaxy where the warp and real space cross over. In the 10 millennia after the Horus Heresy, the Imperium kind of devolves. In the Terror, a massive area of the galaxy where the...
I'm sorry, Amaya, do you find something amusing about twin brothers, one being Alpha and the other being Omega, and them having a bunch of sons together? I would never. But perhaps we should pursue some Mpreg. Thoughts? I mean, incest is one of her favorite yaoi genre. Wrong! Incest is one of my favorite genre tropes in general.
Warp and real space crossover. Catatonic is placed on the life support device known as the Golden Throne, and the traitor legions retreat to the Eye of Terror, a massive area...
Oh, this, oh shoot! My lid is out so far. Eye of Terror. This is that big ass, like, perma rift that was made in the warp during, I don't remember what big event. Was it the birth of Slaanesh? I remember it was like some big ass event this was made.
Of the galaxy where the warp and real space cross over. In the 10 millennia after the Horus Heresy, the Imperium kind of devolves. It stays together, ruled by a council called the High Lords of Terror and a huge bureaucracy called the Administratum. One by one, the loyalist Primarchs disappear.
This is... Sagatai? Let me see. Jagatai.
Or are killed in battles against aliens.
This is Lemon Russ.
And Maya, to pray.
Russ. Welcome back, Fury. Is it Lehman? Lehman Russ? That sounds like it makes more sense than Lemon. Lehman Russ of the Space Wolves. He looks the same. That's the same picture.
The great Astartes legions are considered way too much of a concentration of power, so they're split up into thousands of autonomous chapters of around 1,000 Marines, spread across the galaxy and tasked with...
Oh, how accurate is this map to today? It looks quite old. Imperial Fists, Iron Knight. Where is Terra? Ultramarine. This is Imperial Fists. Raven Guard. Oh, no, it says Crimson Fists. How many different colored fists are there? Terra's left. I'm like, I assume Terra's over here. Old but vaguely correct. Yeah, that checks out. Lehman Russ is also the name of the Imperial meme battle tank. That's hella aura. Bottom left. Don't see.
Protecting specific areas or worlds. Because of the gene seed system, each chapter is largely self-sufficient, and because they were created by the Emperor and the Primarchs, they're all...
Officio Assassinorum. That's where the people with blank genes go, often. And then the ad... Is it ad humans? I think they're ad humans, right? Oh, this is the wrong one. I need my googly oogly on set. My ad humans. Is it ad? Oh, it's ab humans. There you go. Grey Knights. These are the super OP Space Marines, but they're still worse than Custodies. Titan Legions. Okay. Adeptus Astartes. These are the Space Marines. Imperial Guard. Planetary Lords. I'm surprised that the Space Marines aren't above here. Like they're here.
Also outside the direct control of the High Lords. After the Emperor is placed on the Golden Throne, a religious movement starts venerating him as a god who has ascended. Resisted at first, this eventually becomes the state...
Oh, this is the one that we were talking about the other day when that dude took the... What is it? I think he found that little world that had a bunch of women really dedicated. That he like converted to his own little like cult. And said that, and he had the force field, and he was like, I speak for the Emperor. And then eventually those became the Sisters of Battle. Right? After a while. after the leader of the Sisters of Battle was contacted by, I think, what was it, the leader of the Custodies? And he showed her the Golden Throne. And, or like he had discussion, no one knows what was talked about. But afterwards, she turned her blade on him. And then he's like, I don't got time for this shit. And then he died.
Religion of the Imperium, run by an organization called the Ecclesiarchy.
That's him, right?
And is brutally enforced across the galaxy. Crusades or holy wars, because of differences in scripture, become quite a commonplace thing. As the Imperium becomes more concerned with heresy and the threat of chaos and Xenos, the Imperial Inquisition is formed to hunt out traitors and heretics within. By the 41st millennium, the Imperium is a galaxy-spanning, authoritarian, fascist, religious fundamentalist crusades or has resisted Rome. So out a religious this eventually becomes venerable lords. Okay. After the Emperor is placed on the Golden Throne, a religious movement starts venerating him as a god who has ascended. Resisted at first. I
didn't realize it was that long ago. Or I guess, I don't know if it feels short or long, but it was M33 that the religious aspect started.
Differences in scripture become quite a commonplace thing. As the Imperium becomes more concerned with heresy and the threat of chaos and Xenos, the Imperial Inquisition is formed to hunt out traitors and heretics within. By the 41st millennium, the Imperium is a galaxy-spanning, authoritarian, fascist, religious fundamentalist, oppressive state, fighting to stay together against the threats of chaos and various Xenos species. It encompasses worlds so remote and backwards that they largely exist as medieval farming communities whose only contact with the Imperium proper is a tithe of soldiers every few decades.
Can you imagine how trippy that is, by the way? To have like little to no technology, but technically be part of an insanely advanced like Imperium, where every once in a while you just get like missives of, hey, you guys do this, or hey, these aliens are coming to your planet. If it can even come in time, because all communication is so slow.
And teeming hive worlds with populations in the billions where everyone's a factory drone. The Imperium has no particular opinion on what form of government or social structure a planet might have, so long as it sticks to Imperial law and delivers its tithe, which means a lot of planets are ruled by autocrats, dictators, or a sort of noble caste. Any knowledge of chaos or the Horus Heresy is ruthlessly suppressed, and most people have no idea of anything in history beyond the propaganda they consume. The vast majority of humans never leave their home planet. The Emperor has been a catatonic husk for 10,000 years, but psychers are still hunted down and returned to Terra, where they're sacrificed to fuel the Emperor's Golden Throne, or to power a giant navigational beacon called the Astronomicon.
I'm thinking. I just think of, if I was the Emperor, how much, not necessarily affection, right? But how much love would I have for my species that I would be able to do this for 10,000 years? Like, do you think that capacity for love and like, I guess that ambition and drive to keep your species going would... Do you think that that's part of the reason why people say, like, what the... This is so weird. What the heck? Yeah, no. But do you think that's part of the reason why people are, like, saying that Celestine is actually, like, a demon of the Emperor? Dude, this is weird. Hold on. Let me try and fix this. I'm gonna actually take out my key. Because this is ridiculous. It keeps zooming in. Because, like, yeah, I know it takes a lot, right, for certain things to be created. Like, a lot of emotions, like Slanesh, for example. But, like, I just think you have to have, like, such a monumental level of love that I cannot possibly comprehend. You know? There you go. Okay, let's zoom out. It's been, like, slowly zooming this entire time. And he's been working at helping humanity since 8000 BC. I guess that's true, because like when you factor in how long he's been doing it, like that's even more insane. Ow. No, my stuff. Whatever. See, why is it still pressing it? I didn't press it, dude. There's something wrong with my keyboard.
The lucky ones might become astro-telepaths, the only reliable way of communicating between star systems. Harboring psychers, dealing with Xenos, or contact with chaos are considered capital crimes, and if a planet is deemed too far gone, then it might suffer the fate of exterminatus.
Why is it doing this? Maybe I'll unplug my keyboard and I'll see if this fixes it. It does not.
They're sacrificed to fuel the Emperor's golden throne, or to power a giant navigational beacon called the Astronomicon. The lucky ones might become astro-telepaths, the only reliable way of communicating between star systems. Harboring psychers, dealing with Xenos, or contact with chaos are considered capital crimes, and if a planet is deemed too far gone, then it might suffer the fate of exterminatus, scoured clean of life.
Pretty sure he literally told Girly Man he no longer loves humanity. Wait, where? Is this... Are you talking out of your ass, buddy? Oh yeah, okay, it's not... I don't know what this is, but my keyboard literally isn't plugged in, and it did that. I don't think I have sticky keys enabled. It might have been by accident. Ah! Nothing is cooperating with me today. I don't know why. How to... Okay, well maybe I do have it in... How do I disable sticky keys, guys? Because I can't Google how... Yeah, I cannot Google. Dude, I'm constantly fighting technology. Pray to it. It's not working. Okay, you're useless as per usual, so I'm going to Google it. Settings, accessibility. The thing is, I can't type. Settings. Wait. Accessibility. Switch sticky keys. There's no keyboard. Or keyboard down. Sticky keys. They're off? Bruh. I'll turn them on and then off. Everything's off. This is... Okay. That's weird. Whatever, man. I know, it's fine now.
Just as a precaution.
That
might be called the Astronomicon. The lucky ones might become astro-telepaths, the only reliable way of communicating between star systems. Harboring psychers, dealing with Xenos, or contact with chaos are considered capital crimes, and if a planet is deemed too far gone, then it might suffer the fate of exterminatus, scoured clean of life, just as a precaution.
Oh, big boom
the
button.
Colossal, inefficient bureaucracy of the Imperium is intended as a satire. As the famous quote goes, whole sectors of space are lost or abandoned due to rounding errors in administratum tax returns. It's not a fun place to live, and it's against this background that almost all of modern 40k is set. That's the world that Xenos is set in, and the world that the 40k stories have been written in for 30 years now. It's so huge and expansive that many authors have cut out their own little sectors to concentrate on. Abnett's Eisenhorn stories, and the sequels to those, happen in just one subsector of the Imperium. Recently, Games Workshop decided to actually move the plot forward, the first time they've done that since the 80s. The planets holding back the Eye of Terror fall, and a great warp rift spreads across the galaxy, splitting the Imperium and setting loose huge chaos armies. One of the loyalist Primarchs reappears and forces a load of Imperial forces back to the front line, as well as making huge improvements to the Adeptus Astartes. And a great warp, first time they've done that since the 80s. Recently, stories and the sequels to those happen in just one subset of warp rift. One line as well.
Wait, let me look at Robot Girly Man. Where's the dude? I can't see, it's too small. Actually, they look really similar. What the heck? I guess one has gold armor, one has blue.
As well as making huge improvements to the Adeptus Astartes. All that is currently unfolding within the game, so I'm not really going to go any further with it in this video. 40k borrows a lot from other sources. The colossal scale outlawing of AI and use of religion as a tool is straight from Dune. The concept of chaos powers is borrowed. That is one of the threads across the galaxy. The planets holding back
Oh,
the
yeah,
Eye of
I
Terror
see. He has a
fall
circle
and plot
thingy.
forward, the first time they've done that since the 80s. The planets holding back the Eye of Terror fall and a great warp rift spreads across the galaxy, splitting the Imperium and setting loose huge chaos armies. One of the loyalist Primarchs
I thought this was Dorn, but I see this. He has this, and Dorn does not have that. Dorn has the eagle, and then Robert Grillyman has the circle halo.
appears and forces a load of Imperial forces back to the front line, as well as making huge improvements to the Adeptus Astartes. All that is currently unfolding within the game, so I'm not really going to go any further with it in this video. 40k borrows a lot from other sources. The colossal scale outlawing of AI and use of religion as a tool is straight from Dune. The concept of chaos powers is borrowed from Michael Moorcock, but the way chaos cults in the chaos powers function is more Lovecraft. And the daily over-the-topness and satire is very heavily influenced by 2000 AD and Judge Dredd. The scale, paranoia, and ridiculous inefficiency of the Imperium is also really useful when you're writing this background for a game where any player might want to play any other player. There are tons of reasons why one Imperial faction might fight another Imperial faction. It's almost more common than fighting aliens. Finally, I should say that this is really only the history of humanity within 40k. I mean, they're the main protagonists and cover most of the factions, but similar videos could be made about the history of some of the alien factions. Those are definitely videos for another time. Thanks for watching. If you are new to the 40k background and you found that either useful or really confusing, let me know below. It'd be good to know if these things are actually working. See you next time.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I just realized, it's been 2 hours. I know, obviously, some of the time spent on it was not was technology fucking me or whatever, but that's still crazy, dude. It's been 2 hours. 2 hours. I also did the quest. I also did the quiz, to be fair, in my defense. I did the quiz. All right, let's move on to the second one. Here. Oop. I will say I do have to clarify a lot of things because, dude, I don't like that it's a jump ahead when I didn't jump ahead. Oh, it's breaking again. Oh, wait, maybe no, it's not. Never mind. Oh, nope, it's broken. Okay. It's hard for me to clarify these things and do it once and then it's done.
In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium exists the Empire of Man, a backwards carcass of an empire comprised of many devoted forces, gigantic robot knights, religious machine cultists, and incredibly heavily armored women.
Is this better?
Most likely.
Sorry, well, let me click on the video to pause. We good now? Okay. That was quite loud.
With sweltering abs, and one must know what those abs taste like.
Oh.
My Gamer Supps flavor is here.
Yay!
Sweet six-pack has arrived. A delicious and refreshing cherry pineapple blend. Play the
I could fuck with cherry pineapple.
Yes, my Bricky's official Gamer Supps flavor is here. Sweet six-pack, not only in regular energy mode, but also in
Have you guys tried this? Have you purchased from Bricky's, I guess, Gamer Supps line? Is it something you guys enjoy? I'm curious. Community posts in Warhammer 40k community size where the last explicitly stated Google the Imperium is driven by hate. Warhammer is not. Oh, in terms of the satire? It's delicious? Really? I'm kind of curious now. Maybe I'll try it. I barely get in my water. Maybe if it was flavored, I would do it more. I don't like pineapple and still like it. Chat. Pineapple? Pen? Apple pen? Dude, I'm clicking on the video. Look at that. Do you hear this?
Caffeine free. The cherry pineapple flavor is not the kind of flavor that just smacks you in the face. It is light, it is refreshing, and it's one of those things where you sip it and you go, Not bad. And next thing you know, you are having your 4th refill the same day. And it is available
it's caffeine
now.
free.
Link in the description. Use code Bricky
for
10% off your entire order. Not just for this, but for everything you buy.
Wow,
and I'm not
chat,
dumb.
10%
if you
off.
buy any of these tubs, regular, caffeine-free of my sweet 6-pack flavor, you will get a Muscle Girl 32-ounce shaker completely for free. There are only a couple thousand of those shakers, so get it while supplies lasts.
Jesus.
I cannot believe we finally have this, but I told everyone, like, once you find out the flavor, you'll be like, yeah, that tracks. And damn straight does it track. Sweet 6-pack available now.
Just like using code Amaya for 10% off at Zephyr Arcade. It's true. Obligatory shill, chat. If you want to buy any, perhaps Warhammer kits or anything, you could do that. You know, you could use 10%. You could use code Amaya to get 10% off. Hold on. I even have a handy dandy graphic right. Right. Okay, it's not working. It's here. Right here. 10% off everything in the store. Wowzers. You know, I should have put 10% on this. No, it's for Zephyr Arcade, so you can get Warhammer kits and like TCG stuff. 10% off everything in the store. Wow! There you go. You could use code Amaya!
Code Bricky link in the description.
You guys show me better than I show me. 10% off.
The age of knowledge and enlightenment has ended.
I do have a tongue piercing.
The age of darkness has begun. Roughly 60 million years ago, there existed aliens. And these aliens lived short, painful lives. They belonged to radiation-stricken worlds and often died of various cancers before the age of 30. These aliens, the Necron tier, looked up to the stars and found extreme beings of real power. Beings with the ability to create life. The old ones of the galaxy.
And they wanted the immortality
asked these
from
old
them.
ones for help. Please cure us of our ailments. To which the old ones said, piss off. So the Necron tier gathered together and did the sensible thing. They declared war upon these old beings and were promptly beaten into the dirt back to their short, painful lives.
It's just so funny because the way I imagine this, right, is like I imagine the Necrons as like a bunch of like sickly children that go to beat the ass of the old ones, right? And it's like they try to engage in elder abuse, but instead they get some like karate master that just like beats the shit out of them in one hit.
In the world of Warhammer, there is a hell. This hell is not like you and I know it. It's more of an afterlife, a place where dead souls end up. This place has many names: the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, and the Ether. But mostly, we just call it the Warp. While you and I know of hell as a place of horrors and punishment, the Warp isn't really that. Not in the beginning. It's energy, but the kind of energy formed from thought and soul, psychic energy, where the dead souls of people end up in a place that is impossible to understand. No laws of reality exist. Like, time is merely a suggestion, and it is not something that can be braved easily. The Warp would be like sailing the ocean in a pirate movie. To jump from your ship would be certain death. To stay in the sea for too long on your boat could drive a man mad. And there are many dangerous things lurking in those depths. Yet, the sea is not evil.
Enough debating with satire, no one cares.
Mostly. There are more malevolent beings in those waters, areas that you do not sail towards. This would be known as the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos exists in the Warp as a special area led by 3 chaos gods: Khorne, the god of combat, murder, and slaughter, with a pile of skulls taken in his name. Tzeentch, god of change, mystery, and deceit, a confusing paradox of lies, schemes, and sorceries. And Nurgle, god of rot, pestilence, and Genshin impact. All things rot in the end, and Grandfather Nurgle is waiting for you with open arms.
Wait, I don't get it. Why Genshin Impact? Sometimes I wish I understood the jokes better. Breaking news, elderly refuses to treat cancer patients because brain rot? Oh, there's so many more things that are brain rot.
Gods ruled their respective realm in the warp, sending their many followers against each other in the great game to be the most powerful of all the gods. So the warp
Everything is
exists.
toxic.
Hell is real, parallel to our galaxy, with the realm of chaos and its gods fighting for control. But there are also gods of real space, gods of the normal world too. They're called Catan, and they eat stars.
Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?
These star gods saw the plight of our poor Necron tier and how the old ones cast them aside and said, you know what? You guys want immortality? Oh, we will make it happen. We are the gods of the tangible, of real space. We can give you a cure. So then they ate all their souls and turned them into robotic automaton, feasting on their souls and leaving a hollow shell of an intelligence
That's when they went in
that
the
is
furnace.
technically immortal. With the power of an entire species' souls, they turned their new robotic slaves on the old ones and hunted them to extinction.
You know, it's funny because we were playing Detroit Become Human yesterday, and we were talking about at what point is someone like, could you be human enough based off of the emotions you're simulating and the experiences that you have had that have shaped how you simulate emotions? Because obviously, like an android feeling something is a little different from a human feeling something, right? And we were talking about the reason I bring this up is because when we went into the Necrons before a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about the Necrons, and I was saying how they don't have a soul anymore. So I was asking if it's basically like a residual emotions that they are simulating, how like simulating their motivations, basically. And I was just thinking of that again, because I can't imagine what it's like to just, well, I can probably imagine actually, where you feel the desire to have some sort of purpose and you will latch on to anything you can to give you some reason to exist, because otherwise you just go fucking nuts, right?
Necron tier, now the soulless, undying Necrons, got their wish at the price of their souls. But we can count the number of kind gods on an amputated hand. With time, the selfish star gods turned on each other, fighting one another for more chances at glory and power. With this, the leader of the Necrons,
didn't the Catan cannibalize?
the silent
or
king,
didn't some
the
of the
man who
Catan
doomed his
cannibalize one another? Or dude, why? Why?
Time, the selfish star gods turned on each other, fighting one another for more chances at glory and power. With this, the leader of the Necrons, Zarek, the silent king, the man who doomed his species when he accepted this deal, waited, planned, bide his time until he...
You guys said before that the Silent King might have gone outside the Milky Way, right? Potentially, and that was what stirred him to act. Like, that's a theory.
Seized the perfect moment and turned his legions of undead citizens against the
He
star
definitely
gods.
did.
Gods
Proof Doko.
cannot be killed, but they can be broken. So Zarek broke the star gods into thousands of pieces and locked them away in vaults, taking their free will away as they did
Confirmed.
to them,
Okay.
and sealed them away as basically Pokemon to be used as weapons in the future.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's the Void Dragon.
Fuck!
Zarek then, with his perfect memory, exiled himself for his sins, flying out to the darkness between galaxies to atone for what he had done. This entire situation, the genocide of the Old Ones and the rebellion of Zarek, will go down in history as the War in Heaven. It is the most brutal war the galaxy has ever seen and ever will see. This was a conflict that took an entire galaxy-spanning species and pitted them against gods that ate stars. The Necrons, rather crippled from, you know, the War in Heaven, decided to go to sleep in
What were the numbers of the Catan before the War in Heaven? He exiles himself into the darkness outside the galaxy to repent for this. Oh, okay. So that's what the exile was. Okay, I didn't put 2 and 2 together that his exile was when he went out of the galaxy. Unknown? At least 5. Normally, I would treat that like just entirely as a joke, but like in this context, it actually makes
gigantic
sense.
tomb worlds on various planets until the upstart species of the galaxy died out. And so turns out when you have a war that lasts tens, hundreds of thousands of years and involves the genociding of multiple species, the Old Ones of the galaxy, and the consumption of souls from an entire race, the warp gets a little wacky. You know, if you had a kiddie pool and it was nice and calm, Khorne is over there splashing about, so you don't really go in that direction. Nurgle has explosive diarrhea, so you don't really go in that direction either, but you can still kind of get in the pool. The pool's still fine. Turns out when you add a couple trillion souls to that kiddie pool, it'll make the waves a little more turbulent. And turns out a lot of them like to pick a side, Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Khorne. So the once calmer warp, the once relaxing kiddie pool, has now been bloated. 1,000,000 years of war will certainly make Khorne, god of murder and slaughter, more powerful. 1,000,000 years of war will probably make Tzeentch, god of deception and change, a little more powerful. And good God, 1,000,000 years of war will make Nurgle, god of decay, oh, just the tiniest bit more powerful. Now, entering that kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem. Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now intertwined. So who else to brave the galaxy than a species that won't need to deal with that?
Hold on, we need to rewind a little bit.
And involves the never will see. This was a conflict that took an entire galaxy-spanning species and pitted them against gods
it won't let me get rid of it, dude.
The Necrons, rather crippled from...
Can I go one stream without like a technological issue? No.
You know, the War in Heaven decided to go to sleep in gigantic tomb worlds on various planets until the upstart species of the galaxy died out. And so turns out when you have a war that lasts tens, hundreds of thousands of years and involves the genociding of multiple species,
it really
the Old
is
Ones
so
of the
hard to
galaxy,
comprehend
and the
the scale.
consumption of souls from an entire race, the warp gets a little wacky. You know, if you had a kiddie pool and it was nice and calm, Khorne is over there splashing about, so you don't really go in that direction. Nurgle has explosive diarrhea, so you don't really go in that direction either, but you can still kind of get in the pool. The pool's still fine. Turns out when you add a couple trillion souls to that kiddie pool, it'll make the waves a little more turbulent. And turns out a lot of them like to pick a side, Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Khorne. So the once calmer warp, the once relaxing kiddie pool, has now been bloated. 1,000,000 years of war.
Is this only talking about like the Necrons and the War in Heaven? A princess of Scout. Can I just be a princess? That'd be nicer. I would much prefer that. Oh, no wonder it's the most brutal war. That's fucking insane.
Will certainly make Khorne, god of murder and slaughter, more powerful. 1,000,000 years of war will probably make Tzeentch, god of deception and change, a little more powerful. And good God, 1,000,000 years of war will make Nurgle, god of decay, oh, just the tiniest bit more powerful. Now, entering that kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem. Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now intertwined. So who else to brave the galaxy than a species that
confuses
me
a little bit because I didn't know they were separate in the first place.
Now entering that kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem. Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now intertwined.
I thought that they were always intertwined. Am I crazy? Was this spoken about before? I don't really recall. It's hard to comprehend because it supposedly happened before, during, and after the dinosaurs. Yeah, which is insane to think about, dude. At the start, you said they were separate. My bad. It was just part of it before. Oh, so it's like, kind of side by side-ish, if that makes sense. Wait, hold on. Go back 1 second. Dude, this is
The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are...
Realm of Chaos in Warp. And then Sea of Souls is like adjacent in Warp. And then this all happens, all this brutality, and then they merge to be one thing of chaos in Warp. Question mark?
Are now intertwined. So who else to brave the galaxy?
Sea of Souls is another word for the Warp. See, that's what I thought. But he said it was, he said it like it was separate. That's why I was confused. Because I'm like, wasn't this called like the Immaterium, the Sea of Souls, the Warp, the Chaos? They're all synonymous. But the way he said it made it seem like they were two separate sections.
Than a species that
okay,
won't
so it
need
was what
to
I thought.
deal with that. The Eldar are space elves. They have a lot of the traits that you probably think of when you think of elves. Tall, slender, pointy ears, bit more androgynous looking, no matter what DeviantArt will tell you, and a bit stronger.
It's just the barriers broke down, that's it.
Emotional side. The old ones, as I mentioned, could create life. And when they were getting, you know, absolutely bodied by the Catan and the Necrons, they made some new races to try to help them. One of them was the Eldar. It didn't save them, but they're here now anyway. Oh, and also the orcs, but they're busy right now. The Eldar are a particularly psychically powerful race, so they were really adept at being able to handle the new turbulent warp.
Actually, I'm curious. When the Eldar were created, I know that there's not like a lot of information about this before, right? Since this was so long ago. But did the Eldar feel any sort of form of like piety to the old ones? Because the Eldar as they are now, I find that difficult to imagine, right? But back then, perhaps it was different. Not really. A little bit. Because, like, I mean, they have ego now because they're the best, but did they always have ego? My understanding is that at the start, yes, but eventually they developed their own pantheon of gods. Eldar had gods that were either old ones or made by the old ones. Okay.
Chaos and good at killing Necrons, hence why they went to sleep. Being psychically gifted is basically like being a wizard, but you get your wizard powers from hell. This is called being a psyker. And basically, if you want to do cool wizard shit like lightning from your hands or reading someone's mind, you can do that, but you siphon the energy to do that from the warp. Luckily, the Eldar are very good at handling this without too many negative effects because, you know, summoning power from the Sea of Souls with the new Chaos friends can be a bit of an issue. But Eldar are pretty good at it. And you see, what's really cool and also awful about Warhammer is that most developed species travel long, faster than light distances by going through that warp. They create a tear in reality to unreality and move through it. Faster than light travel? Cringe. We go through hell itself to deliver your packages.
Faster than light,
For those
right?
of you who play Minecraft, you know how the nether is like a pocket dimension? So moving 10 spaces in the nether is actually moving something like 1,000 in
That's
the
a really
real
good
world.
comparison.
That's basically what warp travel is. Just much like in the Nether, there are a lot of things that want to kill you. The Eldar found a way to do so in between realities. Not regular reality, not the warp, something else. A purgatory of sorts, a fabricated psychic realm that allowed them to travel without fearing the negative effects of the warp. The Eldar were the perfect fit for the new galaxy, and they took it with open arms and pointy ears. The empire of the Eldar spread everywhere, and it spread all the way until...
Well, faster than light is considered like more archaic than warp travel, right? Dino World just shared as the series are 3 very different games. Dude, why is my control key stuck down? I zoomed in on my chat and now it's broken. Well, that is not my favorite thing to experience. YouTube chat. Ah, it's still zoomed in. Please, please. Oh my god. Oh, you can see channel activity. I don't know what the issue is, because I know it's not sticky keys. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to do this. Not my favorite.
Till now, the 21st century. That's right, while you were watching NPC streams on TikTok, the space elves were ruling the galaxy, and they did so for quite a long period of time.
The machine sphere is never happy with me, dude.
The 21st century came and went. Humanity grew and grew, all under the nose of their elf overlords. At this time, humans advanced, your classic sci-fi style way. We began to expand, colonize our solar system. Watching NPC streams on TikTok, the space elves were ruling the galaxy, and they did so for quite a long period of time. The 21st century came and went. Humanity grew and grew, all under the nose of their elf overlords. At this time, humans advanced, your classic sci-fi style way. We began to expand, colonize our solar system, terraformed our planet, created...
Was humanity ever actually under the Eldar, though? Or no? No? Okay, I feel like it's a little... We were just lesser? Because saying under elf overlords implies that we were directly being oppressed by the Eldar, which, as far as I remember, that did not happen.
New and more powerful machines and starships. The age of Terra, also known as Earth, but we call it Terra here, was here and existed between the 21st century all the way until the 15th millennia. Not much is known about this
I understand
time.
What you're saying.
Not much needs to be known. Humanity grew up, sought the stars. It's classic. Then came the years between 15,000 and 25,000.
What are you?
The age of technology, or to some, the dark age of technology. This is when humanity reached a new apex of technological understanding. When you think of sci-fi, there's a lot of things you can think of. Star Trek, maybe Star Wars style. You can go cyberpunk dystopian. The age of technology was deep sci-fi, like a scientific prowess that fringed on magic. This is also when the first ever psychers began showing up in humanity. Individuals with the genetic mutation to be able to access the warp, and then because of that, travel through it. Humanity was no longer constricted to their early ways of travel. With warp travel, they could go anywhere in the galaxy. They equipped ships with gigantic AI machines, with everything you would ever need to know about mankind, and sent them out on colony ships to expand their influence across the galaxy. 15,000 and 25,000, the age of technology, or to some, the dark age of technology.
18,000 to 20,000. Sorry, I'm trying to think because I'm like, okay, the Emperor had the Astronomicon made at least between 30K and 40K. I did see Griffith. Griffith was over here. Griffith. Okay. Seriously, I'm so sick of this. Damn it, not again! Sorry, I genuinely have no idea what the issue is. because I don't have sticky keys on. I checked. The warp used to be easier to travel. Maybe it's a hint. Yeah, a hint for you to shut the fuck up. Control windows. I don't know if it did anything. Okay. Anything? Yeah. Because then it was during 23 that Slaanesh was starting to be birthed. Okay.
Technology. This is when humanity reached a new apex of technological understanding. When you think of sci-fi, there's a lot of things you can think of. Star Trek, maybe Star Wars style. You can go cyberpunk dystopian. The age of technology was deep sci-fi, like a scientific prowess that fringed on magic. This is also when the first ever psychers began showing up in humanity. Individuals with the genetic mutation to be able to access the warp, and then because of that, travel through it. Humanity was no longer constricted to their early ways of travel. With warp travel, they could go anywhere in the galaxy. They equipped ships with gigantic AI machines, with everything you would ever need to know about mankind, and sent them out on colony ships to expand their influence across the galaxy. This was truly the golden age of humanity. And with every golden age, there is a fall. While the new human upstarts of the galaxy were reaching new levels of technology and prowess, the Eldar were engaging in
Debauchery!
Debauchery! Debauchery! What happens when a species has everything? You can produce unlimited food out of nothing. Your need for farmers and workers, gone. You have dominated the stars and have created a fast travel system that doesn't rely on the dangers of the warp. You have nothing else to do. You have no struggles, no problems, and feel as if there is nowhere else to go. Well, you begin to experiment. The Eldar started harmless enough. You know, you take a serious interest in your species' culture, your arts, paintings, poems, plays. These are Eldar, elves, remember? Their emotions are heightened, more powerful than us humans. So your plays get louder. They start to push on the limits of your hearing ability. Your music becomes different, more deranged. It pushes the boundaries of what is art. The visual spectacle of art becomes more bizarre, more delusional, more eccentric. And let's not forget a very important sense. Touch. Pornography is one thing. Brothels is another. What if they all mixed? What if your brothels were part of your art and music? And what if those became more deranged? The boundaries of debauchery were not just met, but shattered. Next thing you know, murder is commonplace and often mixed with the art, music, and sex. Pain is a common byproduct of entertainment. Whatever sensation you can have must be increased, must be enhanced, must be taken to the limits.
I will say, on a side note, I think it's incredibly sad to have to require this level of stimulation to feel anything. Like, actually, that is a hella long, like super long.
Eldar Empire slipped into a nightmarish realm of debauchery and excess, with the worst of it taking place in a city in the Webway, a black market for these kinds of heinous acts known as commerce.
Oh, is this that little pocket where with the Dark Eldar that is basically working overtime for Slaanesh now?
Saw the writing on the wall, saw what was happening to their species and how far they had slipped. So they boarded continent-sized starships called craft worlds and left their empire, seeking a more enlightened, calmer existence among.
These are the Eldar that did not want to repeat the same mistakes, right?
Their peers. Some,
where they were like, this is going too far,
pushed it to even greater heights, relishing the pain and torment they inflicted on those around them. All during this, the warp, the yin to the yang of the world, was fed by these emotions.
This is around 23K.
By the psychic power of the Eldar, by the souls taken in these depraved acts on a galactic scale. And just like that, Eldar ended. Slaanesh the fourth chaos god was
and now
birthed
this
into
is
existence
31
and consumed the souls of 90% of the Eldar population. Those that fled were spared the worst of it, and those in the Webway and Kamara were able to stave off the pull of Slaanesh so long as they continued to commit horrid acts of torture and violence. But for the majority of the Eldar, their empire died with Slaanesh's birth. The new fourth chaos god,
I thought that okay, so Eye of Terror was around 23k, right? And that was the start of the birth of Slaanesh, and then Slaanesh actually birthed 31k. Is it 30k? I thought it was 31.
who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess of pleasure, pain, hedonism, and perfection.
No, but the warp storm started to come because... okay, so the Eye of Terror came with the birth. But the warp storm started to become unstable because of the debauchery from the Eldar, and that was starting to create Slaanesh. Okay.
Had been born. With the fall of the Eldar Empire came the ruin of humanity. Slaanesh's birth sent storms in the warp across the galaxy, making travel between star systems impossible. Coupled with a huge classic AI rebellion, as a staple in these sci-fi settings, humanity began to suffer the Age of Strife. Now, planets that relied on intergalactic travel were complete.
Age of Strife would be between before 30k, because 30k is when Emperor came, right? So this would be around 25k, because he still had some contact with Mars around this period, right? And then 5k before the Crusade is around when contact with Mars stopped.
Completely cut off. Long-range messages normally sent through the warp were snuffed out. If you were a planet that was great at mining stuff but couldn't get food, well, now
I think it's fixed. Maybe Windows Control did fix it.
Died with Slaanesh's birth. The new fourth chaos god.
I'm a little confused because the way that Bricky's talking about the timeline here, it implies that Slaanesh was like basically directly birthed around 23k or 25k. But wouldn't it be just more like an kind of embryo-ish compared to like her fully popping out around 30k?
He who thirsts. Humanity began to suffer the Age of Strife. Now, planets that relied on intergalactic travel were completely cut off. Long-range messages normally sent through the warp were snuffed out. If you were a planet that was great at mining stuff but couldn't get food, well, you know that movie about the rugby players in the mountains? Oh, and because of these insane warp storms and fluctuations, psykers began to appear among the human population a bit more often. Now, this initially had them hunted down as witches, because that's pretty common in this setting, but some deemed it right to protect them. Unfortunately for those people, psykers, because they open a gateway to the warp, don't really know how to use their powers well, and they kind of attract demons, who then force their way through the psyker as a conduit of sorts and begin to slaughter the population of your planet. The Age of Strife was a catastrophic period of time for humanity.
I just realized that we haven't actually learned a ton of what it means when someone actually gets taken over by chaos. Well, yeah, I know there wasn't like a literal embryo of Slaanesh, but it's not like... It's hard because she did pop into existence, but she also didn't. Because technically she always existed because there's no time in the warp, but also it's different because there was certainly a period for humanity and the rest of space where things got worse at a certain point.
And set back their progress tenfold over the not one, not two, but 5,000 year period. During this time, the age of humanity that we know began to form. Worlds equipped with large mechs for agriculture began to equip them with weapons to defend from alien and demonic invaders. Over 5,000 years, this became a custom and tradition, dubbing them as night worlds, a feudal society of honor-bound knights in gigantic robots that uphold the chivalric code to defend their worlds and honor. A group of individuals on Mars, after
and they have all the generations
their planet
talking
to
to
become
them, right?
inhospitable to human life, ran their entire lives underground on the few life support systems keeping them alive. Those technicians who could work on the machines and keep them operational were revered, and over 5,000 years went from skilled members of society to full-blown priests. The cult mechanicus, or tech priests of Mars, formed in the ashes of the Red Planet with a religious fervor and doctrine on the—
Actually, I just realized I don't actually know where Space Marines 2 takes place. Like, where is the hub that you're in? Is that just like a ship that you're on just chilling near Mars, or what? Because I never really thought about it before. The battle barge. How big is that in terms of scale? In the Avrak system. Space Marine 2 takes place 15 years after Girly Man returned. I didn't know he was gone. 4 to 5 kilometers long. That's crazy. That's not near Mars? Okay.
The cult of the machine god. And on Earth, or Terra, techno-barbarian tribes waged war across the planet in a Mad Max style of blood and gore. Until finally, a mysterious—
Sorry, I need to go to the washroom real quick. Imagine you're told to run laps as punishment around your ship. Devastating. Okay, I'm gonna be real quick. Ow, my hair. Oh, I'm back. I went to grab food because I have not eaten today. What did I miss, chat? Thank you. Let's see, whereabouts were we? Oh, you guys are so cute. Chatting amongst yourselves. Thank God you're back. The voices were getting loud. Well, you were talking alone.
Who lived in the shadows of terror for millennia, finally revealed himself to the populace. His name was the Emperor. He deemed himself the Emperor of mankind. Where did he come from? I don't know. Why is he 10 feet tall and the most powerful psyker of all of mankind? I don't know. Why is he basically immortal? I don't know. Where'd Cotton Eye Joe go? Who knows? But he's here, and he isn't happy with all of you ripping up Terra. So he began the Unification Wars.
Huh? Oh, my bad.
Just on.
I pressed the button.
Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagine to push forth Chaos or Terra under a single banner.
Sorry.
With blood. Then, after taking over Earth, he reunited the Thunder Warriors into the fucking dirt. This is where we get the Imperium of Man, also known as the Imperium. The new faction headed by the Emperor of Mankind with a treaty signed with the Cult Mechanicus on Mars to spread out and reunite humanity after the catastrophic Age of Strife. But first, the Emperor is going to need some smaller versions.
Sanguinius, Vulcan, and Lemon? Who? No, that one was on me. The lion. Really? Let me look. Lion is Dark Angels, right? Yes. Oh, yeah, I really can't see his picture here. Okay. Oh, shit! I think I can fix it now. I think I can fix my chat. No, I cannot. I cannot fix it for whatever reason. It will only let me zoom in. Whatever. I tried.
Of himself. 20 of them, 18 of them, I meant, gene-crafted sons of the strongest human to ever live. All of them possess unparalleled strategic power, intelligence, formidable strength and size.
Brian
a
L.
real
Johnson.
Powerful force to unite humanity and stop the chaos of the current galaxy. Speaking of chaos, you ever seen that image of that guy? It's like throwing the baby like a basketball. It's about what happened. The Chaos Gods intervened and grabbed the 18 Primarch gestation pods and yeeted them across the galaxy at a whim.
How did they even do this? Like, we talk about this a lot, but no one actually talks about how the Chaos Gods were able to do this. How?
Everywhere they could possibly go, a galactic game of keep away. So the Emperor had to get them back. So begins the Great Crusade, a crusade across the stars to reunite not just humanity, but the Emperor with his fallen sons.
So this is around 30 to 31k right here. Probably 31k, right?
First to be found was Horus.
Because the Emperor made a deal with them to create the Primarchs, and this was their end. What? I never heard anything about this. Is that true, chat? That doesn't sound quite right.
One of the strongest and most noble sons, the Emperor carried with him a legion of newly crafted warriors with genetic material made from their Primarch father. These are the newly made Space Marines. For Horus, his were the Luna Wolves. And as the Emperor continued on his great crusade, he found more and more of his sons, reuniting them with their individual Space Marine legions. Leman Russ, the cunning hunter with the Space Wolves. Rogel Dorm, the Phalanx with the Imperial Fists. Angron, the Barbarian, the very angry with his World Eaters.
Angron and Fulgrim both turned chaos,
Fulgrim,
right?
the perfect with his Emperor's children. And Jagatai Khan, the swift, the Stoic and his white scars. Those were just some of the 18, and one by one his lost Primarch sons were returned to him, and their Space Marine legions returned to them. The Great Crusade saw humanity once again reconquer the stars, returning worlds of humanity back to the Imperium and killing any and all who stood against their noble crusade. But in the years of the 31st millennia...
Okay, so it is 31. Vulcan is likely the strongest since he's essentially immortal. Are the others not essentially immortal? I thought that they were.
Treachery would break this all apart.
Men, we don't know what we did.
Horus, the Emperor's most beloved and favored sons, named War Master for the Crusade, succumbed to the power of chaos and daddy issues. All because of that bastard Erebus. Yo.
How old is this video? 2 years?
Oh, fuck Erebus. Slowly, Horus would become corrupted, turning the Emperor's sons against him. This begins the most pivotal moment in our story, and the one that has like 50 books written about it, the Horus Heresy. 9 of the 18 Primarchs turned against the Emperor, and the following years were a bloody battle for the throne of Terra. The Emperor originally was working on a special webway project, just like the Eldar, to make faster-than-light...
His big secret project. Vulcan is tethered to his soul, so he always reforms after some time. Is that different from being a perpetual? Or a perpetual... Perpetuals are like made, not born, right? He is a perpetual? Oh, okay, so that's what you mean. I forgot how you become perpetual. It's like a lot of your will, right? That determines whether or not you are a perpetual. Because I remember that quote about Celestine crawling over her own corpses. Okay, I see what you're saying. Wait, why do we all hate Erebus? Let me back up.
Turning the Emperor's sons against him. This begins the most pivotal moment in our story,
right?
And
but she's basically like a perpetual, no? As in that she can come back to life over and over again. That's what I mean.
Like 50 books written about it, the Horus Heresy. 9 of the 18 Primarchs turned against the Emperor, and the following years were a bloody battle for the throne of Terra. The Emperor originally was working on a special webway project, just like the Eldar, to make faster-than-light travel significantly easier and safer. Really improve humanity to allow them to conquer the stars without the risk of the warp. Well, this big red idiot named Magnus kind of blew a hole into that. Literally and figuratively. So Big E over there is stuck on a gigantic golden throne, holding back the oncoming rush of demons and powering the Astronomicon. Basically a big North Star for people who are sailing in the warp to help them navigate. The Horus Heresy saw many loyalist and traitor legions pitted against each other in a bloody war until it reached Terra itself. Horus, unable to break through the lines and with time running out, made a gambit and opened his ship up to be boarded. The Emperor took this challenge, quickly allowing someone else to take control of the throne as he teleported his way onto Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit.
Who did he have take over his throne? He stabbed Horus, which led to his corruption. Oh, Malkador, his number 2. The big G, right?
Emperor, unable to truly kill his most beloved son, changed his mind right quick when Horus
Is that money
for
me?
Watch 40k timeline by Traz in the Infinite by the YouTuber Warrior Tier. A Necron's point of view.
Oh, yeah, actually, this was recommended to me before Firespawn. Holy shit, dude, I cannot read today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I had a stroke in my sleep. That would be very unfortunate. At least it would be the beginning of the end. But thank you very much. Should I watch it after this? How long is it? Yeah! I dropped my fork. Because I assume Malkador is also a very powerful psyker. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. I wonder too, since what do you call it? Since the Emperor has been existed since like 8000 BC, right? Who Malkador has been alongside him? Like, for example, you guys said he was like Alexander the Great, right? So I assume he would have been his number 2 in that timeline too, right? Or like all these successive timelines, he would have been assisting him in some capacity, probably. Also, welcome Yoda. Is it Yoda? Joda C? Dude, sometimes you guys make usernames and I'm like, how? But enjoy being illegal poison taster. From 26 AD. Okay, so that's actually a fair amount after. Because Emperor was 8000 BC. So he's actually a lot younger than the Emperor. Oh my god, not again! Not again! Dude, we all want a Malkador in our life.
Is that money for me?
The Necron's video is about 40 minutes. What is that in an Amaya time? It's best not to think about it. We'll see if we can get to it. Thank you.
Out of his other son, Sanguinius.
Oh no!
I'm sure you've seen this image at some point. The Emperor then said, "I'm not gonna sugarcoat it," and proceeded to psychically blast Horus into complete oblivion, killing not only his body, but also his soul.
Oh, this is when he can't even get respawned.
Unable to get onto Horus's flagship.
Oh, that's why it had all that art with Sanguinius underneath Horus. Not gay, by the way. Oh yeah, this makes sense. It's deliberately made hard to pronounce for non-Spanish speakers, so don't worry about it. It's funny you say that, because while I am a non-Spanish speaker, I'm actually part Spanish and Filipino. This is hilarious.
The vengeful spirit. The Emperor, unable to truly kill his most beloved son, changed his mind right quick when Horus strangled the life out of his other son, Sanguinius.
This art is so funny to me because it's like, no, my poor baby, Sanguinius, no, my poor baby, no, bad Horus. Now you get nuked from existence. You can't even respawn.
Sanguinius.
Oh no!
I'm sure you've seen this image at some point. The Emperor then said, "I'm not gonna sugarcoat it," and proceeded to psychically blast Horus into complete oblivion, killing not only his body, but also his soul. Horribly wounded from this duel, the Emperor is returned to the Golden Throne in order to keep the demons at bay and power the Astronomicon, because without it, humanity would be flying blind. There he sits, slowly dying from his wounds and the strain of powering the Golden Throne. The only thing keeping him alive is feeding upon the souls of 1,000 psychers every single day.
Question. Why didn't they ever have Malkador and the Emperor swap? Since Malkador did hold the throne for a little bit. Like, wouldn't it have been possible to possibly, I don't know. He died? Did he really? I feel like I missed something huge. When did he die? During this? Oh, he got burned up by the throne. Oh. That's crazy though. Because that really puts into perspective just how much more powerful the Emperor was. Okay, that makes sense. So he kind of turned to dust. Wow. That's actually nuts. So, but the Malkador had to be like at least a decently powerful psyker. Like if you were to compare the average psyker to Malkador, he probably, like the average psyker probably wouldn't be able to even power it for half as long as he did, right? That's what I imagine anyways. He was the third strongest human psyker? Wow. Big E is just that OP.
This was 10,000 years ago. We are now in the 41st millennium, modern day. Warhammer
Oh, it's Robert Gurley, man.
40,000. The Emperor remains on his throne. The Imperium is a rotting carcass of an empire, a fascist, xenophobic cult that worships the Emperor as a deity despite him never wanting to be seen as a god. Over the span of 1 million worlds, the ecclesiarchy, the church of the Emperor, is spread throughout. Inquisitors with unparalleled power root out any sign of heresy or lack of devotion to their god Emperor. The other half of the traitor legions move about as Chaos Space Marines, raiding and pillaging the Imperium, while the loyalist half does their best to keep the Empire alive.
Who's Eisenhorn? That's the dude, this dude, right? And then this is the dude that started the religion with that small planet, and then that eventually became the Sisters of Battle. This is what's his name? Vandir. Eisenhower is an Inquisitor. Oh. It's weird to see an Inquisitor without the red eye thingy.
All throughout this, they must endure orc invasions, Eldar trickery, the reawakening of the Necron race, and the Great Devourer, the newest tyrannid threat from the darkness between galaxies that has arrived to feast on their worlds. The theme of Warhammer 40,000 is regression and intolerance. Every major faction in Warhammer has had an empire that spanned the galaxy only to be crushed back to a hollow shell of what they once were due to their own failings. Culture, the arts, personal freedom, religious tolerance, the simple possibility that alien life might not want to kill us is considered heretical and is often met with a pistol to the head. There is no time for these things.
You know, I will say that realistically, right? If you've gone through all this, I kinda understand just not wanting to give aliens a chance at this point. 'Cause I mean, I kind of get it.
All there is time for.
Why is it? I did not know that was a feature.
Is worship of the God Emperor and a million wars to be fought. To be a human in the 41st millennia is 99% of the time to live a horrible existence. To be one of trillions of other humans across a million worlds throughout the galaxy. A galaxy where AI is outlawed, so humans are repurposed and lobotomized to become slaves. A place where lack of devotion is met with death. And if you even have devotion, there is a good chance the threats to the galaxy, chaos, and aliens will kill you anyway. Warhammer is a world where you revel in being bad. There are protagonists, there are antagonists, but every faction is some shade. There are antagonists.
Who dis? This is one of the Primarchs turned Chaos, right? Abaddon? Maybe not. Angon. Oh, he's the successor to Horus.
Antagonists, but every faction is some shade of evil, because playing the bad guys is always more fun, and my friend, you have a selection. So pick up that lasgun soldier. You and the other 3 million men and women in this single deployment on this single world in this single battle will now show them the might of the God Emperor. That weapon in your hands has killed 99% of the alien populations in this galaxy.
Not that
Unfortunately
flashlight.
for you, soldier, you're fighting the final 1%. May the Emperor be with us. Glory to the first man to die, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I really like these more cinematic elements in Bricky's videos. Who about that? Green lion? Okay, I was like, that kind of looks like lion, but older. Oh, the cool lion, not the 30k lion. We like 40k lion, right? We don't like 30k lion.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I have helped teach you about Warhammer.
I'm so shocked! It took me so little time to get through this. That is proof of understanding, I will say. Dang, we got through that fast. Okay, I now feel like I have... I feel like I have a lot more sorted out. I felt like I had to reorganize a lot of information the past 2 videos because I was so focused on learning other things. My brain is wrinkling. I feel the wrinkles expanding as we have spoken this entire time. Okay, I think I have time to watch the other one then. Let's see. Let's see from the Necron's perspective. That's true, I am absorbing knowledge. Okay.
Hammer. If you
pretty. Infinite warrior tier. This one, right? This is the one that you guys were talking about? There's more of the video? Or I'm just finding the other one. There's this part. No. Oh, guys. Wait, no, that's a different one. Oop. Hold on. I knew it was too good to be true. Wait, what did I just watch? Hold on a second, chat. I might have made a big fucky wucky. Nope. Is it this one? Maybe I... You know what? I actually might have just watched this one. And I think this is one I just watched. Alright, let me add this one. So now we will watch this one. Timeline of the 40k universe by Trazen the Infinite. And then I will link it here. In description. Of course, we always give credit where credit is due. And then we will link it in chat as well. And you guys can watch alongside me, especially if you have not watched already. Cancel. So, one more. And then what should I watch after this? I think after this, what I might do is I might start deep diving more into specific chapters. I think that would be interesting. Because I feel like I have a decent grasp on the universe itself now. And on the general timeline and cultures relevant. Lamenters. For context, Holmes said that I was like the Lamenters, which is very possible, given what I understand about them. Legions Over You by Bricky? I have not. Every single Space Marine Legion by Bricky? Oh, that sounds good. Okay. Feel free to link these in Discord, because I'm not going to remember it otherwise. I think I'll probably do Lamenters after I get more detail about the other factions, because they're more niche. There are book recommendations, but your girl only has a limited amount of time. And I'm too cool to only do Warhammer content. It's in the description, and if you're on Twitch, you can scroll below. There's a hyperlink. I don't know why the commands don't work. They exist, they just don't work.
My life's work, my museum, our gallery. Within these halls sits the galaxy's most comprehensive collection of artifacts in existence. I have spent my long years cataloging the entire culture of all the beings I could, from the dawn of time to the present day.
Is that money for me?
I really should trim these off or lower. Trazen might use some big words, so no shame.
Within these halls are libraries.
We'll see.
Containing the last known words of countless races.
Put in the suggestion channel if it's a video to watch.
All the beings I could, from the dawn of time to the present day. Within these halls are libraries, containing the last known words of countless races who have been cast to the harsh, uncaring winds of time. Truth be told, there are more galleries in my museum than a mortal could wish to visit in several lifetimes. Each hall is dedicated to a great empire and their achievements, but also their faults and inevitable demise.
That's from Sirac?
The history of the universe is filled with such empires, their names forever carved on the steel of time. There are others who accomplished little with their gift of life, their existences being short, painful, blighted tales. The tales of history are only reserved for those who earn the right to write them. I will show the halls of my library to guide you on the story of all of time. As we start...
Real quick, actually, now that I think about it, am I gonna get claimed for this audio? Hold on a second. Well, sometimes videos use what do you call it? Claimed music. And you don't find out until later. So that would be mighty unfortunate. So it might need to be we'll worry about it later. It can be cut from the VOD and then put somewhere else.
From the dawn of all existence.
Oh, Stim didn't have any issues with it? Oh, okay. Yeah, it can always be turned into a separate video later.
Density, temperature, a singularity, initiating the expansion. Primordial gas and cosmic dust sent into eternity to become everything we know or ever will.
I actually really prefer this gentle narration. I think it inspires a sense of cosmic awe that very much suits the setting of Warhammer.
Gravity is the key to it all. Gravity birthed the stars. It connects the galaxies,
it says literally by
guiding them in motion to their inevitable orbits. That haunting cosmic ballet played out over infinite millennia, forever churning in the restless flow of time, locked in the embrace of gravitational unity. Vast ages of time pass. Ancient evolution forms in the stars. Gravity guides worlds beyond count into existence. As the stars collapsed and more were driven into the infinite, the impossible happened. The first true life in the universe emerged, victorious, in an arms race of evolutionary barbarism. I suppose I should introduce the Immaterium, the Sea of Souls,
Yeah, you out
the
for
Ether.
what, Derpy?
It has many names. However, it is generally referred to as the Warp, an alternate dimension that has existed as long as the universe itself. made up of pure psychic energy and raw emotions. The warp is endless, unpredictable, and terribly dangerous to those who cannot harness its power.
Wrong answer.
The first conscious life was the Star Vampires, self-aware entities that appeared in the void between nowhere and nothing. Beings of great power that consumed the energies of stars, feeding on the life force of the planets themselves. These parasites do not differ from any life in the universe. All life desires the same outcome: energy consumption and safety for their offspring. They would, with time, be known as the Catan. The cursed reptilian Old Ones scraped their primal forms onto the shores of worlds, long dead before even we Necrons evolved to stand upright. The first true sentient beings to cross the vast reaches of the galaxy. They were the first to climb the long trail of evolution and self-awareness.
Oh.
Their ceaseless advances placed them at the top of the pyramid in this galaxy. They traveled through the stars like dust travels on the breeze, and even built what younger races would call the Webway. Through the Webway, the Old Ones seeded life on hundreds of worlds. In their wake, they birthed countless untold species and cultures. Life was cruel to our species. I need not tell you that. Evolving upon a cursed world, falling victim to the scorching heat.
So this is at 71 million.
Evolving upon
71 million years ago or so. So that means around 10 million years after this. That's around the War of Heaven, question mark? Because I thought that was 60 million years ago.
To our species. I need not tell you that. Evolving upon a cursed world, falling victim to the scorching heat of our nearest star, withering our bodies and life.
Reminder that the Catan were the ones eating the Necron tier star. Wait, so were they the reason why they were getting space cancer? Because their star was being eaten? And then that was... They got double fucked. Wow, that's so unfortunate. But did they not know? I assume they didn't know until way later, right? It was part of it. So what I'm hearing is that it wasn't necessarily confirmed.
Our suffering evolved our culture and history. We built our empire despite the struggle.
I didn't hear anything about being
pain.
Because of the Catan.
We were worthy.
But I will say this is also from Trajan's perspective, I guess. So
the gifts the stars had shown to the others. Our leaders met with the Old Ones. We begged for the cure to death, to show us the secrets of immortality. They refused us, refused our desire for life. And in their ignorance, they doomed themselves.
But okay, they also just lived shitting lives even when they moved to other star systems. But wasn't the cancer like so gigamondo in their genetic makeup that even after they moved, generations after would still have the space cancer?
There was no choice for us. We waged war against the tyrants. Countless generations ground to powder beneath the heel of the greedy and the vicious. Even with our unified empire, even with the might of countless worlds and millions of genius warsmiths, the strength of our dynasties was not enough to defeat the Old Ones. The war was lost. The greatest defeat being that we were still cursed to weak, frail lives. The Old Ones banished us to the edges of the galaxy. They forced us into exile on our home world. It was then that the Catan came with their offer. The ancient beings of the cosmos had appeared. They came as gods, promising the gifts we desperately sought. We were all fools to believe them. After the agreements were signed, our people were put in chains and marched into the furnaces. As our flesh and blood was ripped from our bodies, we became the machine. We were betrayed. The Catan. Those traitorous sun-eating dogs feasted on the souls of a whole race, an entire culture. How tragic, then, that the ambassador for the Catan was named the Deceiver.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't...
Our translators misunderstood and believed its name was the Messenger.
Oh, so okay, so this is their in-lore explanation for how they were deceived by someone named the Deceiver. Okay. Interesting. Our translators misunderstood. I wonder how much of that is actually them misunderstanding or them being manipulated.
Translators misunderstood and believed its name was the Messenger.
I can't believe they asked ChatGPT to translate their diplomatic relations.
The breaking of the void. The war in heaven. 5 million years of hate and flame. The Old Ones were driven back by the combined force of the Catan and us, their steel slaves. Wherever we Necron tread, life fades like a distant spark in a cold night. The Old Ones, those fools, they grew desperate, creating the Eldar to help them in their losing war. A race of decadent, hedonistic artists.
Oh, the orcs weren't directly created by the Old Ones, right? They started out as the, what is it, the Croc? So I know it's like K-O-R-K, Cork. And then when an orc gets when an orc gets strong enough and they become big enough, they become a Croc again, right?
To fight steel gods.
Wait, I thought it was Croc eventually devolved into orc because they weren't fighting as much. The beast got really close. Is that the one that was like super, super big and did he fight the Emperor or someone else? Yeah, I was like, didn't they devolve into orcs? That's what you guys said before. And then if an orc gets strong enough, it becomes a Croc again.
Fools.
They
created the fierce Croc, a species that thrives on war and the desire for war. Little did they know of the plague they were creating. And on a small habitable world, it was said that they also seeded baseline primate life. As the last defense strongholds are on the verge of collapse, after we have flayed the minds and spirits of countless Old Ones, they formed their last doomed battle line. As the Old Ones were pushed into
everything that's going on right now, this will be about 60 million. The War of Heaven.
Oblivion, Zarek, the Silent King, led our armies against our slave masters. We turned on the Catan. The Catan were weakened by the war against the Old Ones and the threats of the Eldari and Croc armies. The Catan were shattered, defeated and placed in our stasis chambers, made to watch from containment as the race they sought to enslave freed themselves. The mighty Catan were not much more than prisoners, forced to watch us live on despite their evil desire. Weakened from the wars, we faced the new threats of the multiple upstart races, the Eldari, the Croc, and so many more. The Silent King decided our fate. We were to wait in silence as our armies rebuilt. We need not fear time like our puny carbon-based enemies.
And this is where everyone goes into stasis and the Silent King exiles himself and then he comes across the Tyranids outside the galaxy and then he comes back and he's like, yo, wake up, bitches.
Enemies.
Question mark?
It is during this time the Eldari developed their technology at an exponential rate, becoming the dominant force in the universe. It seemed they had advanced their species to immortality.
Good night, Aegon.
But how long could they sustain their own desires? I admit, I am partial to the Eldari. Their great works are unrivaled. Their ability to will a world into being is haunting. We must speak about the so-called human element, as there.
I will say that obviously since the Eldari evolved to become so advanced and they started creating such everything started escalating, you know. I can't imagine what it's like to look at Eldari art. I feel like there would be a sense of awe upon looking at it, just because I imagine they come up with things that we could not possibly conceive in our brains, right? But also, I feel like there would be like a deep sense of emptiness upon looking at Eldari art, because it feels so incredibly unattainable, almost like a sense of like, maybe this is too perfect. You know what I mean? I feel like it would be almost sickening to see something that was too perfect and to see that consistent across an entire species. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense.
Empires take up many.
It's almost like horrifying.
Museum. Though sometimes unhinged and unpredictable, they are interesting and present true promise for us. We will cover much of their history, difficult as it is with the conflicting dates set by the Imperium itself. But no matter, we will account their records from our own sources. Imperial records will be our guide, or should I say, those Imperial records which I have procured will be our guide. I always found...
Question, sorry, I was just thinking, since you brought up Fulgrim, and then I thought of Slaanesh. So, would the Chaos Marines that are more partial to Slaanesh, I assume Fulgrim, because he's fucking purple. He's hella purple, and he looks like a Naga in his Chaos form, right? Would they be more friendly with the Dark Eldar and the Webway? Or no? Because I know there's a lot of infighting among the Chaos. No? Really? Why is that? The Dark Eldar still hates Slaanesh? Oh, I see. So it's basically we serve Slaanesh out of necessity versus you serve Slaanesh because you want to. Oh, it's just racism? Okay, it's base racism. That's per usual.
Be of great amusement. They had begun on a small class 54415 planet, on the edge of the galactic arm of the Milky Way. They had first crawled from the primordial ooze as advanced water-based life.
Sorry, let's rewind a little bit.
Guide. Those Imperial records which I have procured will be our guide. I always found them to be of great amusement. They had begun on a small class 54415 planet, on the edge of the galactic arm of the Milky Way. They had first crawled from the primordial ooze as advanced water-based life. To think that glorified fish now wrap the galaxy in an iron fist is enough to burn my central processors to solder. However, as we slept, these fish people became baseline primates, class 4 beings. For much of their early existence, the primitives accomplished little. It was their use of tools that separated them from the other animals of creation. From the first moment a cave-dwelling savage struck a porcine variant with a rock, it was all over. Slowly, they invented pottery and the bringer of security, that is fire. It was then that the warp entities had emerged from the void, the first knowledge of the immaterium. The damage from our wars against gods had ripped wounds in the universe. From these wounds came the apparent gods, extremely powerful creatures that bask in the souls of the dead, growing ever in power.
Are these like rifts in the warp? Because the biggest one is the Eye of Terror, but I imagine there are other rifts, right? Yeah, I guess serve implies... It doesn't necessarily imply a sense of willingness, but I don't blame people for coming to that conclusion. especially since that's kind of how I used it contextually. Who's Lucius? Dark Eldar do not. They're messed up stuff. In service to Slaanesh, I do it to keep her from eating her souls. So it's self-preservation, basically. I wasn't sure if it was entirely self-preservation, because I did know that part of it was that, but I wasn't sure if it was entirely that. Lucius is a champion of Emperor's children. So is he like the head of the Space Marine faction, like the Emperor's children? Because that's the one under Fulgrim, right? A lot of 40k is Atlantis in nature. 40k is the only one in the Milky Way. I don't know why it doesn't correlate with other galaxies too much. Who knows? Not had just a strong duelist. Oh, I see. So he's the one that they would send out if they ever had a representative in combat.
The mortals referred to the beings as the Chaos Gods. They were named Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. What are three more pathetic void beings against the might of this galaxy? We have killed greater beings before.
Have you?
We may have to do so again. It is at this point that the Eldari learned the secrets of the Webway and continued their dominance of the stars.
I keep forgetting this is from Trajan's point of view.
The imperial myth concerning the birth of their god emperor is as follows. Seeing the inevitable fate of humanity to be consumed by the Chaos Gods, a group of humanist shamans banded together to stop this future. They had devised a plan to save their species from the thirsting gods committing ritualized mass self-annihilation. As the shamans died and their souls entered the warp, the power of the souls overwhelmed the beings that inhabited that dead void. The soul of their soon-to-be emperor was birthed, and
what is this?
Part of humanity to be considered emperor is as the stars. The imperial myth concerning the birth of their god emperor is as follows.
Oh, 8,000
Seeing
BC,
the
okay.
inevitable fate of humanity to be consumed by the Chaos Gods, a group of humanist shamans banded together to stop this future. They had devised a plan to save their species from the thirsting gods committing ritualized mass.
Oh, interesting. So humanity was actually aware of chaos long before in this theory. I assume this is not canon. And this is theoretically how the Emperor came to be.
Self-annihilation. As the shamans died and their souls entered the warp, the power of the souls overwhelmed the beings that inhabited that dead void.
So since this is from Trajan's perspective, right? Is there evidence in his book that indicates this? And that's why it's here? I assume so. I should stop eating this.
The soul of their soon-to-be emperor was birthed and made manifest in his physical form. I must add here, this is perhaps one of my favorite twists of fate in all of history. Deep within a black stone complex, which crashed on Mars before the rise of humanity, is the Noctis Labyrinth. Within walls built 65 million years ago by us, lies the ancient Void Dragon. Imperial myth tells us that it is believed that the Emperor conquered this dragon on Terra.
What?
Fate in all of history. Deep within a black stone complex, which crashed on Mars before the rise of humanity, is the Noctis Labyrinth. Within walls built 65 million years ago by us, lies the ancient Void Dragon.
65 million years ago by the Necrons on Mars. Okay.
Imperial myth tells us that it is believed that the Emperor conquered this dragon on Terra. After this defeat, it was imprisoned beneath Mars for all time.
Did it move? Or what?
labyrinth. Within walls built 65 million years ago by us lies the ancient void dragon. Imperial myth tells us that it is believed that the Emperor conquered this dragon on Terra.
So, wait, he says it... The dragon was conquered on Terra. Does that... The Emperor moved it? Oh. For what purpose? I think the explanation is that it woke up Emperor Beta and stuffed in Mars. To influence the Mechanicus? Oh, into... Wait, what? Dragons metaphorical? That don't look metaphorical. That look very, metaphysical.
After this defeat, it was imprisoned beneath Mars for all time.
Is that one of the Pokeball type things?
Those red-robed clicking iron princes. After this defeat, it was imprisoned beneath Mars.
Oh, that's what the Void Dragon is there. Oh, okay. I was wondering what he was on when I've seen this art before. Destroying a Catan is a whole thing. Sealing them normally works better. They also make great batteries. Didn't they kill one Catan, but a lot of the others they sealed? I don't know why I think that. There's a dragon called a Helldrake. It's a bitch to paint. I feel like most things are a bitch to paint. The Void Dragon is the good of technology. The Emperor did it to possibly create the Mechanicus. I'm trying to think because I'm like, it's obviously beneficial for the Emperor to have them worship him, right? But he's also like bad religion. Landagore, the Flayer, was the only Catan fully destroyed. Okay. That's only a theory. The dead Catan changed how physics work. They do not know what changed, but something did. How do they determine what changed? Or that something changed in the first place if they don't know what changed? Huh. Yeah, if you could clarify what is a theory and what isn't, that would be great, Jen. No, it was a human myth. The Necrons actually put it there? I'm just kind of confused. Okay, here, let's start from square one. So, Blackstone thingy on Mars that crashed there, or like 65 million years ago, by the Necrons. Necrons put that shit there, right? And then that's the Void Dragon. Void Dragon equal Shard of Catan. Void Dragon go Terra. I don't know why go Terra. Emperor kill on Terra. Terra. Yes? Why it moved from Mars to Terra? Void Dragon is really weird because it is mentally warping the humans of Mars. Oh. Oh, he was just hungry. Aw. The dude was hungry. And at the time, the Admechs weren't on Mars yet. I assume. Otherwise, they would have been nonned. Okay. Wait, how did it wake up again, though? I don't think it says. It just says that this happened.
The Noctis Labyrinth. Within walls built 65 million years ago by us lies the ancient Void Dragon. Imperial myth tells us that it is believed that the Emperor conquered this Mars for all time.
Nobody knows, okay.
Little do they know, those red-robed clicking iron princes, that their Void Dragon is a Catan let loose by corrupted slumber codes.
Oh,
I wonder
that's
how
why.
they would react to the news that its real name is the Eater of Knowledge. The humans began their empire on Terra.
It's just so funny that that all came down to a bug.
Their grasp of technology is slow. They spend much of their time throwing sharpened tree pieces at each other. Terra had a multitude of cultures, each one's god more important than the other. It was during this time that the Chaos Gods had fully awakened. With the abundance of new souls, The Chaos Gods had grown stronger. One human myth is that these events in their early years manifested the gods. Khorne was born in the charnel pits of millions of dead humans. Nurgle vomited into the universe in the wake of the vast catalogue of their illnesses. And Tzeentch during the artistic awakening periods of each unique Terran culture. How arrogant to think that the universe would notice their tiny conflicts. Humans had conquered their homeworld. They had experimented with the possibilities of travel through the Immaterium, still unsure of how to harness its power for space travel. They had developed primitive spacefaring capabilities and set off to terraform their solar system. They have always been amusing creatures, thinking themselves masters of the cosmos, even back when fire was their most advanced achievement.
Let us have this, man.
In essence, they are simple jellyfish, a travesty of nerves that stems from an inferior brain piloting a suit of bone wrapped in decaying meat. It is their arrogance that I enjoy so much. They were never meant for the stars, yet they do all to conquer each parsec. They fight amongst themselves more than any enemy. Tranquility makes them squirm. They lived for war. The humans built colonies throughout their nearest world, a slow process due to their primitive spacecraft. They continue to do what they do best, build and breed. Worlds are terraformed and colonized. Sublight travel was their archaic way of colonization, each colony drifting farther from the home world of Terra. Overexpansion resulted in loss of communication. It was only a matter of time before this formula would collapse into bedlam and chaos. As the years drifted on,
Hold on a second. I too am good at breeding. No one in this chat can say that. No one.
Countless interstellar empires emerged, trading throughout the galaxies. Most of these supposed empires bore me. They prosper for such short spans of time. One does not even need to remember their futile existence. The humans furthered their grasp on nature, bending any resources they could find to their greed.
Dark Age of Technology, that would be... was it 15M? Would it be 15? I think so. My dog needs to calm down. Actually, I'm low-key pissed because my dog didn't used to bark until she was around my sister's dog, and now she does not shut the fuck up. Can you hear her barking? Because she's literally outside. Literally outside, dude.
Colonies stretched into the vast reaches of solar systems,
Good. You better not hear her.
overextending their empire. The myths of the Emperor continue to grow. It is said the Emperor arrived on Molech and found a portal into the Immaterium. A deal was made with the Chaos Gods for the gift of knowledge of warpcraft, allowing the Emperor to create the Primarchs. The Eldar Empire had grown into the most advanced civilization in the universe. They had achieved the apex of technology. Civilization in the universe. They had achieved the apex of technology, creating their own desires from will alone. Lesser races proved no threat to their domination of the stars. The human gene saw an evolutionary jump.
Psychers.
There were sudden appearances of psychers, as they call them. Cursed individuals who can draw power from the Immaterium. Humans who developed the navigator gene allowed the first human navigators to make the passage through the warp. The great navigator bloodlines controlled warp travel. The humans continued to explore and colonize all that they found. Treaties were signed with dozens of xeno races. It was truly a golden age for humanity. Technology often gets the better of the primitive species that craft it. The promises of comfort and ease of existence has led to the downfall of dozens of species.
This is still around 15 millennia, right? And my dog is a German Shepherd Retriever Collie mix. I don't know, she's a little mutt. I picked her up at the shelter and I was like, yep, that one's mine. Eldar Empire didn't really care for real space borders since they lived in the webway. Then so I'm trying to remember. Webway is like a separate pocket, right? Many alien races had made treaties with humans, but when everything collapsed, Twine turned on them and others abandoned them. Adopt, not shop. If you can get an animal from a shelter, please get an animal from a shelter. They're so sweet. All my animals basically have been from a shelter, except for maybe one.
It was then that man's greatest creations, their slaves, turned on their masters in force. The cybernetic revolt, as it was once called, started with the Men of Iron. Anarchy ripped throughout all of humanity. The golden age of humanity ended.
This is closer to around
brutality.
20k now, right?
Who knows how many billions lost their lives, or what technology was destroyed in the process. Across the stars, another empire fell to time. The Eldar had enjoyed their moment of success. Technology was not their downfall. Their own desires tore them apart. Sheer physical impulses and depravity broke them. Their yearning for lust and pleasure cursed their kind. The being that spawned from their depravity forever changed the course of the stars. It was then that the being known as Slaanesh came to be. The Eye of Terror that came to be from the creation of Slaanesh obliterated almost all of the Eldar. She who thirsts, as some have called Slaanesh, feasted on billions of Eldari souls. Some of the Eldari forsook.
I wonder if in Eldar culture, in order to, since the Eldar live so long, right? I was just wondering if they, because you have to think of all types of cruelty they would come up with. And I just think, do you think that there's a possibility that they have couples that have been together for centuries and centuries and centuries, or like millennia, right? And they will just kill one of them off to see them miserable? I wonder how that would scale on the misery that would feed Slaanesh. Because I just think all your interpersonal relationships must either be incredibly deep-seated or the opposite. Well, because now you can eat them, right? If I was an Eldar, I would still feel kind of insecure. Like, what if one time you can't respawn? I could definitely see it happening as a prank. But like, I don't know, even if I was an Eldar, I'd still be... But I guess they were really complacent, right? They were very complacent, very arrogant. So they probably wouldn't have the same doubts that I would. They're not Overthinker's final boss.
Or the dark future and left their homeworlds behind. The craft worlds were all that was left of them now. Vast, floating cities that are slowly fading away. As a fan of theatrical renditions of historical events, I find the performances from this era to be especially entertaining.
Well, cannibalism is the ultimate form of
The humans had peaked in
love.
their scientific advances. The historical blueprints, or as they are more commonly known,
STCs?
the standard template constructs,
Yay,
became the
I'm learning!
database of all human technology.
You distract.
Humanity was plagued with warp storms that appeared throughout the far reaches of the galaxy. Warp travel was impossible, and the colonies began to erode. This is a difficult time for my collection. Almost all the important artifacts had been stolen by that damned Mechanicus. Ugh, If only I were awake during this time.
Is this when the Admechs went and woke up the Necrons? I know he says, if only I were awake during this time, but like woke up some of them. And because they wanted to investigate the technology there, right? Not yet? Most of the Necrons woke up more in the 40k era. Oh, so still like 15,000 years to go. Treason woke up shortly before the Great Crusade, as he has a Thunder Warrior in his collection. Shortly before the Great Crusade, so that would be around... $39? $29? Hold on, let me think. Emperor created 30k. Or I guess Emperor becomes public 30k. He's like, yeah, I'm the ruler of all you bitches. And then Great Crusade shortly after that. And then Horus Heresy around that time. Right? And then he sits on that shit for like 10k years.
The humans are easy candidates.
Present would be considered 40k, right?
Inhabit the warp. Through the warp storms, psychic energy flowed into space. The weaker of humanity's psychers suffered from demonic possession.
Ew.
The human race tore itself apart. The Emperor of Mankind began his plans for domination. He began work on creating the gene seeds that would lead to the formation of his 20 sons, or as they are more commonly referred to, Primarchs. Imperial record fails to state exactly how this event occurred. It only states the Primarch embryos were scattered throughout the galaxy. All blame is laid at the feet of the Chaos Gods for this deed. But who can really say? The Emperor set out on his quest to find the missing Primarchs. My sleep was suddenly over. Myself and other High Lords awakened from our slumber. My initial excitement evaporated as the realization of how much...
So this is kind of just before the Great Crusade, because he's looking for the Primarchs now. He finds all the Primarchs, then he starts the Great Crusade. Because the Great Crusade got delayed because the Primarchs were all scattered, right? I think.
Time had passed. I had to continue my work. It was my duty to my dynasty to store the relics of our past. Even that miserable little pile of secrets Urakin was awakened.
Oh, it was a long way, okay.
This was not our time to reclaim our galaxy. What a time to be awake, to witness this short era of grandeur. I see. This story of this era contains artifacts that are amongst my favorites in all of my museum.
So 31,000 almost. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I kept getting confused because usually when I think of the Great Crusade, I think of Horus being sent on it and continuing it. So in my head, it starts there for some reason.
For over 5,000 years, drifted away. The Emperor of Mankind was known as the greatest psyker in history. He united the people under his rule during the Unification Wars. He made a pact with the cult Mechanicus on Mars. He expanded the human empire while discovering his wayward sons. The blood that was spilled was that of legend. The humans had set to take hold of the galaxy, swallowing everything in their path. Unity was always their strength, yet they denied it at every chance they could. The Emperor was the key to their survival. He colored his legions and sent his sons to fight his wars.
Sorry, I was looking at all the different Space Marines.
I witnessed such glorious battles during this period. So much occurred during these times. So much to record, to document, to preserve. The artifacts from this era are amongst some of my favorites. The Primarchs had been found and sent on their various quests for the...
Are these numbers exactly like accurate, by the way? When it says 31,014, is that like actually exactly when it happened? 2,000 to 15,000 normal progression, 15,000 to 25,000 Dark Age of Technology / Golden Age, right? It's Golden Age for humanity at that time, but Dark Age of Technology from like the perspective of like admechs, because a lot of things were forgotten during a period, right? Nope, I thought we went over this earlier and you guys said yes. Great Crusade lasted over 200 years. I mean, honestly, 200 years is actually not that long, considering the scale of everything. Trajan did use most of his weaker parts of his Imperial collection in the War for Cadia. I actually don't know much about Cadia. I should do a deep dive into Cadia later. 25,000 to 2,900 Age of Strife. This is because of all the warp storms and stuff, right? 29,000 to 3,000 Unification Wars, End of Age of Strife. 30,000 to 30,005 Great Crusade. 30,005 to 30,014 Horus Heresy. This one says 31,000. Good night, Frog. Rest well. Warp distorts time, therefore time is relative. It's more so about the experience of it all. Oh, you're answering when I asked if the timeline date was correct. Oh, okay, my bad, sorry. The Viz more right than chat. That's typically how it is.
My favorites. The Primarchs had been found and sent on their various quests for the Emperor. The Great Crusade had come to an end. Humanity had become the dominant life in the universe. Imperial history recording events during these times had been subverted. So much has been altered to appease the masses, to appease the Inquisition and the religious maniacs. What is known as fact is the Emperor's favorite son, Horus, had betrayed the Emperor. He and half of his brothers rebelled against the Imperium, and I was there to see it play out. The Battle of Istvan III was where the treachery transpired, with blade and firearm. To see the armored warriors battle, brother against brother, it was as beautiful as it was tragic.
That was Horus?
Battle of Ithas
This is Horus. No, but I thought that one
the Imperium,
who has the thingies in his head was Abaddon. Do they both have it? What? Also Horus? Oh, they both have it. Okay, I thought only Abaddon had the wire tentacle thingies. Okay. Oh my.
Play out. The Battle of Istvan III was where the treachery transpired, with blade
Oh, he has a
and firearm.
ponytail. I see.
To see the armored warriors battle, brother against brother, it was as beautiful as it was tragic.
You love the cracked up
I
video
remember
about
being
Cadia?
impressed by the humans.
Link it.
My theory of their hatred of peace was proven once again. How they loved to fight. The eternal war had begun. Above Terra, another civil war had already begun brewing. The Mechanicum split into two. The Red Robes believe in a being they named the Omnisire. Many believe the Emperor was not the true avatar of the machine god. Many believe that the Emperor is, in fact, the Omnisire made flesh.
Isn't it kind of backwards to think that their machine god would want a flesh body when they believe that machinery is superior? Why would it manifest in a flesh body? Isn't that... kind of almost heretical from their perspective. It's because of the myth of the Void Dragon. When the Emperor arrived, he touched the machine and repaired in seconds. I guess that would make a believer out of them. I can understand from their perspective.
An epic battle took place above what the humans had once called the Earth. The traitor sons of the Emperor invaded the human homeworld.
When was this?
The traitor sons of the Emperor invaded the human homeworld. They had come to kill the Emperor and take control of the Imperium. This was a staggering battle for beings such as humans. The final battle occurred between Horus and the Emperor after millions were killed by their blood brothers. The final blows were landed by the Emperor and his favorite son Horus. A clash that left the Emperor fatally wounded. It is a shame what happened. The Emperor slew Horus, who, in fairness, had it coming. Much to my annoyance, those loyal to Horus managed to steal his remains away. How I wished to have Horus's armor in my collection. I have spent many centuries harvesting rumors of the remains of the arch-traitor. The fatally wounded Emperor was interred in the Golden Throne, a technological marvel from humanity's old world. Technology the Mechanicus hardly understood. This was the end of the human reign of superiority. It had come to a glorious finale. The fact that I'm reasonably confident that the Golden Throne is our technology is not important. The times following the Horus Heresy were boring in comparison. Humans fell back once again into predictability. It was black or white from then on. The Loyalists gradually reclaimed the Imperium, pushing the traitor forces that aligned with the Chaos Gods back into the warp. The 9 Loyalist Space Marine legions are divided and began their own quests throughout the galaxy. The humans desperately wanted their place at the top. As they struggled, other races grew in strength across the galaxy. The Drukhari had formed back when Slaanesh the Depraved was birthed. They saw the event as inevitable and accepted their evolutionary destiny. They are a brutal race, arrogant, hedonist, and vile for the sake of nefariousness. There were none in the galaxy who rivaled their cruelty. A slave in the city of Komorra named Vect swore to be the ruler of the Dark City. He was ambitious and founded his own group known as the Cult of the Black Heart. With a devious plan, he betrayed the leaders of Komorra and had the humans kill his enemies.
Is Komorra the Webway? With the Dark Eldar? Vect is really great. Vect is the leader, right, of... I don't remember which part of the Eldari.
With the leaders weakened, Vect took power and led the Dark Eldar. What he led them towards is...
This is the one you guys said was really cool, right?
And founded his own Vect, swore who rivaled their cruelty. A slave in the city of Komorra named Vect betrayed the... With the leaders weakened, Vect took power and led the Dark Eldar. What he led them towards is unknown. These beasts created nothing. They offered nothing. They reveled in suffering just as the Catan did. They are beneath our regard, but have earned our disgust. The Orcs attempted to claim their position at the top of the evolutionary chain. The ancient race had swelled in numbers over the millennia. An Orc war boss known as the Beast built
this is the big dude that fought Vulcan.
Universe. It was during this time that the Greenskins became a threat to all. I find them to be similar in some ways to the humans, warring against each other, obsessed with power, obsessed with what both races call loot. Loot. What a crude word. Both believe their technology to be superior to all. Another life form that idolizes the spirit of war, the Astartes, were able to stop the Green Wave, at great costs, however. A new species emerged from the dust of the cosmos. The flesh robotics first discovered the Tau on a distant world. The Adeptus Mechanicus ship Land's vision found the primitive species. The blue creatures were simple in nature, having only learned to use simple tools and fire. Simple creatures that were of no threat, but still, their elimination was ordered as they were to be destroyed for the good of the Imperium. Before the planet could be annihilated, it was surrounded by a violent warp storm.
Oh.
The wars soon to take place changed the fate of their world.
So it wasn't just that the tower ignored. There was actually a reason, and then they were like, oh, well, they're not a threat anyways. We'll get to it when we get to it, when the warp storm's done. But then they came out of the warp storm and they evolved a ton.
The Imperium abandoned their plans for colonization and left the species to their fate. I am sure the Imperium uses this story to drive their agendas. The Tau were able to unite under one banner. They claimed to stand for the cause of the greater good, a seemingly effective form of governance. As the centuries passed, the Tau built their empire, diving into different castes. You may encounter them. They will speak of all these castes, bar one, the Ethereals. These ruling beings are conveniently forgotten about in the Tau propaganda. These faceless elites are the true ruling class of the Tau.
The Tau have like the fire, earth, water, air, and then the ethereals, right?
The fire caste are the fist used to quell rebellion. The earth caste show off their medical capabilities to lowly serfs. The air caste blockade worlds and offer free transports. And of course, the water caste. Those silver-tongued
they're
diplomats.
supposed to be fiends.
They promise so much to anyone with the oral receptors to hear.
It's so condescending.
These upstart fledgling fools must learn to tread carefully. They do not have the ability to confront the Imperium that they berate. Only Father Time will tell whether these masters of masquerade will live or die.
Okay, I gotta say, now that we're 32 minutes into this video, shockingly, right? When you said Trazen might use some big words, so no shame, I'm wondering where the big words were. The only thing that confuses me for the most part is hearing a bunch of proper nouns. There's so many proper nouns to keep track of. And I'm trying to also correlate imagery to the proper nouns at the same time.
Another rise in power for the awful orcs. Centuries of crusading had weakened the Imperium. Humanity teetered on the verge of collapse. The orc invasions were relentless. Even worse, the more the orcs suffered, the more they grew. Countless star systems fell to the green wave. It is their chaotic nature that holds them back from remaining atop their evolutionary chain. A culture predicated on the desire to be bigger and stronger than the rest can only go so far without true governance. Even with their simplicity, the damage they caused almost destroyed the humans. It was not our time to rise. Our armies were set to awake at a later date.
The Great Awakening.
However,
So this is when the Admex will come up.
by the Adeptus Mechanicus on their quest to find the lost standard template constructs. They discovered our tomb worlds. Their curiosity and their degradation of the slumber protocols led to countless members of our race awakening. 65 million years of slumber. It was our time to rule the galaxy once more, to reclaim what we had died for. Our metallic bodies regenerated. Our weaponry was to mortals what the storm was to the stone. More of our tombs were awakened. Our armies began their conquest. The Silent King took back his rightful seat on the throne. It is our time once again. How the humans love to hold their martyrs up for all to see. No single world is a great...
The fall of Cadia. This is so sad, chat. F in the chat for Cadia.
Greater martyr than Cadia. In truth, I had believed the Terran method of time recording, BC, stood for before Cadia. They speak of this planet so often during battle. It was a world of much importance to the Imperium, and to be frank, the galaxy. The fall of Cadia is a loss. It was a weapon a weapon designed to remove the warp from our reality.
So this is pretty recent in Warhammer lore, right? Because this is 41,000.
And to be frank, before truth I had no
You're
single
42,000
world is a
nearly.
great so often during battle.
So when did this the stuff about Cadia come out in terms of like did it come out like 2018 or what? Not only that, but the fall of Cadia is decently written. 2008. Oh. I'm always curious as to whether certain developments happened, like where certain developments happened relative to our actual real time. 2017.
It was a world of much importance to the Imperium. And to be frank,
well, I wasn't too far, I guess.
The fall of Cadia is a loss. It was a weapon designed to remove the warp from our reality. Its loss must be lamented.
A warp from our reality. Oh.
And to be frank, the galaxy. The fall of Cadia is a loss. It was a weapon designed to remove the warp from our reality. Its loss must be lamented. During the 13th Black Crusade, the War Master of Chaos, Abaddon the Despoiler.
Oh, there's his ponytail. This is Horus's successor, and that's why he has the claw. Oh, he doesn't have his little tentacle thingies.
Massive assault against the Loyalists. A unfathomable war broke out, and the planet was eventually destroyed. It was a significant loss for the Imperium.
That is
losing
sick.
Such a beautiful world to their own traitorous kind.
Oh, so they lost Cadia to...
It was a signal war, launched a massive assault, and losing
the
such
Chaos
a beautiful
Marines
world to their own traitorous kind.
That is very poetic.
One of the greater threats faced by the mortal races of the galaxy are the beings we labeled the Great Devourers, the Tyranids. The humans named them the Tyranids after their attack and consumption.
Abaddon rammed a moon-sized starship into Cadia? Abaddon the Despoiler was rage bait in the Black Crusade, and he threw a battle station because he couldn't take it. It's so funny to hear people summarize events like this. Abaddon spent his first 12 crusades to destroy Cadia and his 13th. Whereabouts is Cadia relative to the rest of the what do you call it? Well, actually, if I remember correctly, Horus's philosophy in following chaos wasn't actually that bad. It's right outside the Eye of Terror. Because that was the like last line of defense type thing, right? Yikers. That seems like a really shit location to have something super giga important like that. Was there no way to migrate it, or was it the planet? Was it the planet itself? In the other video, I swear it was described as like the last line of defense, but maybe I just associate it with Cadia. Cadia was supposed to be a fortress on the edge of the Eye of Terror. Oh, okay. So it needed to be there specifically. I wasn't sure because I was like, is it something on the planet that is supposed to rid reality of the warp? Cadia was part of a Necron device to hold back the warp. It's why when Cadia was destroyed, the Eye of Terror expanded to cut the galaxy in half. Oh. I had no idea that Cadia was that important until now. I knew Cadia was important and people brought it up a lot, but I didn't know the actual plot reasons. The idea is that Cadia only ended up here or ended up there as a super important because Necrons prepared it to deal with the Eye of Terror and try to close it. Necron pylons located on it help hold back the warp. Okay, this makes sense. Blackstone pylons. Blackstone can be tuned to either absorb or enhance the powers of the warp. Oh, that's that Blackstone tomb thingy was holding the void dragon before, right? On Mars.
Of Tyrant Primus. Revolting insectoid
well, that's what I was wondering if it's
that
like the actual planet
after
itself.
World, consuming everything that stands in their path. All life is consumed by these creatures, consumed, studied, and improved on. Though they appear as mindless animals, they are sublimely clever beings. They have demonstrable hierarchies. They adapt and evolve in the moment to conquer any situation. Little is known of their history. There are no records of them before the Great Sleep. They appeared from the deepest reaches of space. The humans first discovered the creatures in the eastern fringes. Rumor has been said that they were first seen by the Inquisition as far back as the 35th millennium. Speculation and rumors, of course.
I'm guessing that would just be like some inquisitor that fucked off to explore the galaxy and then they reported back, having discovered the the Tyranids. Sorry, my eyes are cheap.
But I still enjoy this discord. It is said that they have begun to surround our galaxy.
Well, Tyranids came from outside the galaxy.
Conquest, after being drawn by the Emperor's light within the void. I cannot say if this is true or not. Others believe they are being pushed back, chased into our regions of space. All of this poses a great question.
I can't imagine. You're looking out the window of your spaceship and this is what you see. Genuinely incomprehensible. What the?
Into our regions of space. All of this poses a great question. Are these beasts coming to this galaxy after having consumed everything they could in their own? Or, and this is not the ideal case, are they running from something greater? If they continue their rude interruption of the drama that is the galaxy's unfolding history,
Trajan's so extra, dude.
I may have to add a new section to the gallery.
They get bigger than that?
Perhaps I will name it A Brief History of the Tyranid Species.
How often do they encounter new Tyranid species? Because I imagine they're consistently evolving, right? But like on the edges of the galaxy, you can assume that it's something that probably existed a while ago. Many factions, humans, Xenos, Chaos, make a temporary alliance to fight the Tyranids because they're that big of a threat. Yeah, I knew this part. There's a short story of what happens to an Imperial ship after being eaten by a Tyranid hive ship. That sounds horrifying. Four Tyrannic Wars? I mean, I guess when you consider when we realized that they arrived in the galaxy, that's not that many. Technically, the Tyranids adapt so fast that like overnight they'll change to adapt to your strategies. That is especially terrifying. Every battle? Can you... my stress levels, if I was like fighting Tyranids, would be fucking through the roof. Because you just never know what you're gonna see. The hive ship starts dissolving the hull and the people inside get swarmed by bugs. Yeah, that checks out. As far as I understand, it's often because the Nids will evolve to counterattack whatever's stopping them at any point. I imagine it's like little variations over and over again between the Tyranids. Every change in enemy tactics, every new environment, they make a new bug. How horrifying. Hi, Chestnut.
The universe is at unrest. The rapidly growing threats to the galaxies have increased as the weak find power. All of us are grasping for our rightful place on the throne of the universe. All empires rise and fall. It is the destiny of all life to fade away. Life is a struggle for all who have fought to survive. Even the smallest of life forms face this turmoil. The weak become dust in the infinite darkness, never to be remembered. To rank which species stand at the top would be irrelevant in the current turmoil. They all cling to their spot, each battle and war gaining favor, or falling to the side to rise again. The great empires of the past have all earned their place in my halls. They each have a place in the history of the galaxy. The future of the universe will continue, Others will try to gain their spot, as did all the great empires of the past. It is a pitiful attempt. All life will wither and die. There is only one race that will succeed them all. We are immortal. We have learned from our mistake. We will rule our galaxy once again. But humanity, in its rapidly breeding expansion, has offered us what we never thought possible. A means to return to the flesh times.
We did?
We are the
How?
infinite.
I don't believe that they learn from their mistakes. Okay. Let's rewind, chat. Okay, so after watching 3 timeline videos, I think I have a somewhat decent grasp.
Is that money?
Thank you, Fire. Another day. Watch the Segmentum Obscurus from Traz. Do you think I have infinite time, dude? Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like I got a lot of things wrong, but in getting a lot of things wrong, I now understand what is generally correct for the most part. I had to clear up a lot. Because for context, when I was learning this wealth of information, basically, right? I was putting a lot of pieces together. And so now I'm trying to fit them all into a big puzzle piece. Or I guess set. There were so many confusing things. This is the reason why Necrons and like Tyranids, they do still want people so they can go back to flesh and body. Actually, I remember we were talking about this the other day, and I was like, is it possible for them to get it back through blah blah blah? But I don't remember what blah 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 was. There is a lot of information. I think the thing that I personally struggle with a lot is, while I do retain the majority of information, because I'm getting so much information at once, it becomes jumbled, so I need to sort through what goes where, if that makes sense. I think probably next time, since I have a general grasp of the timeline now, I'll probably do like a deep dive into the Astartes. I think that would be best. Let's see. There is a lot of information. And I feel like comprehending it too is like a different story compared to just... At least for me, it takes a while to digest information. And since I'm talking with chat too, there's a lot of theory crafting, which there is probably an easier, more realistic way I could digest this information and not have so many misunderstandings, but this is the more fun way for me. So I do it with chat. Also, content. So there you go. I think I generally have the big picture grasped. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let's do some review, chat. Okay, so 60 million, or I guess 70 million years ago, the Necrons have gigaspace cancer. They go to the old ones. And they're like, please help us cure the gigaspace cancer. We die. Old ones say, no, fuck off. Then they have a war. They get shit on. They get exiled back to their homeworld. And then the Catan hit them up and they're like, yo, baby, I can give you immortality. You fuck with that, right? Then the Catan, I think, is this around 60 million now? I'm not quite sure when this is. But the Catan then make them go into the furnace and then become they eat their souls and make them their mindless little slaves to fight against the old ones. Then the Catan, heavily wounded from, or I guess like just weakened from fighting the old ones alongside the Necrons, get turned on by the Necrons, and the Necrons put them in their space Pokeballs. right? And this period was like the War of Heaven. Okay. And then this is way, way, way before us. Okay. And then the old ones created the Quarks and the Eldar to combat, as well as other races, to combat the Catan and the Necrons. And then we go blah, 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 through the future. They're asleep. Zarek exiled himself at some point during this. And I don't know when he came back. I assume he came back fairly recently. But having exiled himself outside the galaxy, that's when he saw Tyranids. And then he was like, yo, I got to tell my squad that the Tyranids are coming because this shit big bad. Right? But before he could do that, the Necrons were already woken up by the Admechs around 41k. Right? I think this sounds correct. And then that fucked with their slumber system thingy. So he came back during the mass awakening. Okay. But he was a little late, question mark? Okay, so 0. Where would 0 be? Whereabouts to us? Okay, but 15k would be Age of Darkness. 15k, Age of Darkness. And then 21k is near the start of Eldar Giga Debauchery. And then... Or is that... No, it might be after. Hold on, let me think, chat. No, I think 21k was the birth of Slaanesh. Birth of Slaanesh. Or maybe it was after. This one I kept getting confused about. I was like, it's either after or it's then. Damn it. Well, learning the years helps me keep track of when A event happened and B event happened. Because I'm like, okay, it's vaguely around here. But Age of 15 or 15k was the Age of Darkness, and this is when it was Men of Iron. It's not relevant. Bitch, you didn't even spell relevant. And then Age of Strife was around 23 or 25k to around 30k when the Emperor came in. And then Horus Heresy was around 31k. And then the Mass Awakening or whatever was around 41k, I think. I think that's correct. So, in order, be Age of Darkness. Or I guess... Or if you're humanity during that time, it would be the golden era of technology. But is looked upon retroactively as... Or I guess not retroactively, but in retrospect as the Age of Darkness. And then after that... there start to be the warp storms, and that causes the Age of Strife. Because they can't communicate with the other worlds. They cannot travel. The warp is no longer somewhat stable to travel through. And this is part of why the Astronomicon is made. But before that, they didn't need the Astronomicon. And then after that, Emperor, Great Crusade, Horus Heresy. Okay. I think I have the general idea. Good enough. 15K is the beginning of the Dark Age of technology, which ended with the Age of Strife's beginning. So the Men of Iron were later in the Age of Technology. What? I tried. I put my best foot forward. I made an effort. I made a big effort. Let's look at a diagram. Warhammer 40K timeline chart. Give me that shit. Images. Okay. Yep, that's too big. Didn't ask. Okay, here. 14,000, peak of Eldari Empire. Age of Technology. Okay, that's to 24,000. Age of Strife, 24,000 to 28,000. Fall of Eldari, around 29,000. Birth of Slaanesh. Horus Heresy, around 30 to 31K. Tau at Primitive Stage, 35K. This is pretty simple. Here, I'll show you the one that I'm looking at right now. Close that. Close that. Hi, Lita. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a great time with Lita. Give her some love. Hi, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you and struggling to comprehend this. And a member of Glitchstar's 4th generation Aerunia. Let's take a look. So what we're doing right now is we're kind of summarizing the timeline of 40K and dissecting what I may or may not have been confused about this entire time. So this is the diagram I'm looking at. So roughly start of recorded history, 4,000. I assume this is BC, 4,000 BC. Okay, current day, 2,000. I don't know these ones. These are irrelevant. Alpha Centauri, irrelevant. We don't talk about alphas. First contact with intelligent Xenos. Oh, so that's like 6,500 years from, I guess like 4,500 years from now. And then, let's see. Then come time for 14,000. That's the Age of Technology, the peak of the Eldari Empire. This is when they're, at this point they get bored, right? Around 21,000 or so, they start getting really fucking bored and there start to be more warp storms because there's so much debauchery. But then it comes to a head around 29,000 where Slaanesh is birthed, quote unquote. We say birthed because in existing, you exist all the time because time, fuck you time. And then Horus Heresy around 3,100. Tau at Primitive Stage. And then the Great Crusade was probably around like 30,000, right? Because that's when he went to search for the Primarchs because they were scattered by chaos. And the details as to why they were scattered by chaos, very vague. That's how I feel about everything. Fuck you, time. One Thunder Warrior is dead. I thought they were like all dead, but like one was still alive, possibly. And then birth of Chapter Master Dante. Okay, who is Dante? You guys were talking about Dante before. Hi, Rosh. First Tyrannic War. And then there have been 4 wars since. And then around 41,000 too. I say 41,000. I meant 41,000 as well. That's when the Admex woke up the Necrons. Yes? He's the leader of the Blood Angels? Is he really? Let me scroll up. Let's go. Boop. Boop. Blood angels. Dante is the oldest living space marine who isn't put into a dreadnought, so he's basically the oldest living human. That's crazy to think about. I always think of Devil May Cry, or you know what I also think of? I think of Dante's Inferno. Or Inferno, and then I just think of a Divine Comedy, and I think of how long that shit is. 2,000 years old? I mean, to be fair, that's not that old. But there are a lot of factors. It's not like you live till old age a lot of the time here, unfortunately. Wait, so... Hold on. Is it theories like that Sanguinius will come back? So Dante took over after Sanguinius, right? I had a physical copy of the Dante's Inferno game, but I think we might have given it away. Or it's rotting in my basement, which is also very possible. I guess to live to 2,000 years old in these circumstances is pretty harsh. Also, guys, make sure to check out the original videos. Give them that watch time. Yay. He took over thousands of years after Sanguinius' death. Oh! So he wasn't the direct successor. Interesting. Let's see. Who's still alive? Let's take a brief look. There is... Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson's still alive. He's the leader of the Dark Angels. And everyone likes 40k Lionel Johnson more. Fulgrim is now Slaaneish's bitch. And he looks like a little Naga Temptress. Perturbable, I think he also went to Chaos, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Fulgrim went to Chaos. Angor went to Chaos too, I think, or Angron. He's Chaos Undivided. Oh, okay. Perturbo is rumored to be the next Chaos Primarch to return. Really? 180,000. White Scars. Jagatai Khan. Are these ones still around? I think so, right? Space Wolves are still around. Fenris? Of course it's Fenris. Iron Warriors are getting a lot of stuff soon. Fancy. Congrats to the Iron Warrior fans. Let's see. There's a perfect clone of Fulgrim, because during the siege of Terra, Fulgrim got hit so hard his mortal self died and became a demon prince. Ha. There's one space wolf called Bjorn the Fell-Handed who is still alive in a dreadnought. If only these things meant anything to me. Because I don't understand. Dante's old and tired but really good at his job, so Girly Man put him in charge of the part of the Imperium that is separated from Terra. We're that. Fabius Bile made a perfect clone, pre-heresy, non-chaos Fulgrim, and Trazen ended up with him. Ha! 7 loyalists are missing, 6.5. Traitors are alive / inactive. Okay, Dorn is loyalist, right? These are the Imperial Fists. I think these are loyalist. Space Wolves also loyalist. Death Guard, I don't remember. I don't think they're loyalist. Actually, no, they are loyalists, right? Because isn't that where Titus was sent? Or something? Their traitor? Which is the one that Titus was sent then? So Death Watch. Ah, okay. Sorry, there's so many things. There's Imperial Fist, there's Iron Fist, there's other fists, there's Death Watch, there's Death Guard, there's Death Cult. Can we not have different adjectives? Please, please. I'm so sick of proper nouns. Wait till you get to all the things named Skull. No! Actually, here, I'll show you what I'm looking at right now. Because I'm looking at the heckin' chart. So I'm right about here. Let me put this behind me. Let's put this behind me so we can understand. All right. So Death Guard, Ultramarines, Robert Girlyman, Angron, the dude who can only feel pain, otherwise he can only feel anger, otherwise he feels intense pain. It's a lot. I feel a little bad because I get so many things mixed up, but like realistically, I think it's incredibly unreasonable to expect me to remember all of this, let alone in the correct order. I feel like I remember a fair amount. Let's see. World Eaters. And then there's also the Word Eaters, right? Or Word Bearers. Fuck off. World Eaters. Angron turned Chaos. Iron Hands, Ferris. I don't remember if Ferris or Loyalist. It took me months to memorize all the Legion / Primarchs. I think I'm doing pretty good. I will say, I think I'm doing pretty good. Sanguinius, Blood Angels. Night Lords. This is the one you guys thought I would be, and I got 93%. Conrad Kurz. Thousand Sons, Magnus. These are red dudes. Sons of Horus. Horus. But these used to be the Luna Wolves. That I was clean about. Yeah, someone turned it into a GIF. Lorgar, also traitor. Traitor, traitor. 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 Loyal, loyal. I don't remember. Traitor, traitor. Loyal. Luna Wolves, the Sons of Horus, the Black Legion. Dude, how many times do they think they can rebrand to escape everything? White Scar is loyal? Okay, I think that I was like, I feel like they're loyal, but I'm not sure. You sent another chart. Da-da-da-da. Let's scroll down. It's text! Ah! I need pictures. Okay, World Bearers. Wargar. Salamanders. Vulcan, the goat who fought the beast. And the only perpetual among the Primarchs. Corvus Corax. Everyone hates this dude of the Raven Guard. I don't remember why. This one nobody talks about. I barely see anyone talk about the Alpha Legion, like, ever. And I wouldn't too if I was named Alfarius Omegon. Nobody talks about the Alpha Legion because that's their point. How, Datcat? Dude, if I said it's Alfarius and Omegon, oh, they're the twins? Is that what you guys meant? Actually, you know what? It's kind of gay. Maybe I fuck with it. How come I only see one? Oh my god. Okay, let's look at the other one. Jesus. Okay. Let's see. Scroll down behind me. Get behind me, chat. Legion, Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson, Caliban, Loyal. Okay, yes. Here, let's do a quiz. Let's do this. I will look here and we'll see. We'll go through them. Just review. Yeah, whatever, I'll do this. Dark Angels, loyal. Emperor's Children, disloyal. Iron Warriors, disloyal. White Scars, loyal. Space Wolves, loyal. Here, let's see if I can guess the name too. I know I just saw it, but Dark Angels, that would be Lionel Johnson. Emperor's Children, Fulgrim. Iron Warriors, oh, would be... not Lemon. Lemon is... or Lehman is Space Wolves. White Scars, Jagatai. Imperial Fists. Dorn, I think. Night Lords, that's... Corvus? Curs? Okay, no, that's the other one. Blood Angels, Sanguinius, Iron Hands. Don't remember that one. Blood Angels, loyal. Night Lords. I don't remember if you're loyal. Imperial Fists are loyal. World Eaters, that's Angor. Those are disloyal. Ultramarines, that's Robert Gurleyman. That's loyal. Death Guard, disloyal. That's Mortum or whatever. Thousand Suns. Oh, this is the one that I got in the quiz. I'm part of the Thousand Suns. These are the ones that do value like sorcery and history and stuff, right? And then I don't remember who's the leader of the Thousand Suns. Luna Wolves, Sons of Horus, and then they became the Black something in between that, right? Disloyal. Thousand Suns, I think, is loyal. Let's see, what is it? Horus, Magnus. Oh, it's Magnus. I don't know why I forgot that one. World Bearer or Word Bearers. Disloyal? Lorgar, yeah. Salamanders, Vulcan. Those are the charcoal looking ones. Raven Guard. Now, Raven Guard is the Corvus Corax. Alpha Legion, those are the twins. That's Alfarius and Omegon. Yes? Alfarius, Omegon. Okay, I'm doing pretty good. Repeating it helps me remember. Now let's see. Did I get them loyal or disloyal? You're traitors, not the Alpha Omega twins. Disloyal. Raven Guard, loyal. Salamanders, loyal. Word Bearers, traitor. Or Word Bearers, yes. Traitor. Thousand Suns. Oh no, the Thousand Suns are traitors. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense actually, since they were described as kind of deceitful. Death Guard, traitor. Ultramarines, loyal. World Eaters, traitor. Iron Hands, loyal. Blood Angels, loyal. Night Lords. You guys were also deceitful and cowardice. Or cowardly. Supposedly. Traitor. Imperial Fists, these are the yellow ones. They're Dorn. That's that dude with the short blonde hair and the eagle behind him. Space Wolves, Nordic. That's Lehman Russ. Fenris, of course. It means wolf, guys. White Scars, Jagatai Khan. Loyal. Iron Warriors. Where are the Iron Warriors again? Let's see. Dorn is Mila's boy. I can see why. Let's see here. We'll go down here. Iron Wolves, I think we're up here. Somewhere. Iron Warriors. Sorry, there you go. Perturbo. Dude, your name kind of sucks. Which one was the one that had the shitty adoptive parents? Was it... I think it was either Lorgar, Perturbo, or Angor. It was Peter Turbo? Okay. Mortarion. Perturbo? I don't fucking know, man. Do you need to be more specific? Well, there was one highlighted in one of the videos. That's why I'm asking. I mean, technically, they all had a shitty dad, at least. Right? But I remember he had, like, adopted parents. That were really bad. At least it was, like, standout. Supposedly. Was Angron the one who was enslaved and had the actually really sad backstory? Lehman and Lion are active. Jagatai is in their webway. Lehman is in the warp. Dorn is missing. Sanguinius and Ferris are dead. Corvus is in the warp hunting Lorgar. And Vulcan is missing. Corvus is in the warp hunting Lorgar. Lorgar doko. Doko. And then Raven Guard is loyal. Here, let's go through this again. Okay. Loyal. Disloyal. Disloyal. Loyal. 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 Disloyal. Loyal. Disloyal. Disloyal. Loyal. Disloyal. 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 Loyal. Loyal. disloyal. Iron Hands are loyal? Okay. I think I got most of them right. I feel like my brain expanding. There's so many wrinkles on my head right now. I'm sorry, okay? Sorry, Iron Hands fan. Duh. Yeah, I never hear about them. I hear about some of the other ones. I only just really heard of Alfarius today. I didn't even know they were twins until today. Loyal man, shaking my head. Yeah. I mean... Look up the new Iron Hands Combat Patrol, it sucks. I don't think I'd understand. Even if I did. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, had iron hands. Who would have thought this, chat? Not me, certainly. Okay, now non-heresy colors. Who are these green guys? The green guys. I saw one green guy you guys mentioned earlier that had a lot of good books from, what, Dan Abbott? From the Inquisition. I think his name, what was his name? Herson? I don't remember. Apologize to the 1.5 Iron Hands fans here. I'm so sorry. Eisenhorn. Yes. He looked cool. He didn't have the thingy. I don't know the translation for Ferrus Manus. Iron Hands are great with Siege. There's an old novel called Storm of Iron, mostly from the Chaos viewpoint. It's Siege Warfare, a great read. The logistics behind battle are actually kind of... They're very terrifying because a lot of the times as you're walking up, you fucking die if you're just like an infantry dude. It's literally Iron Hands. You know what they say, simple is best. So if only I got to take Latin in high school like I wanted. Instead I took Japanese because I got rid of my Latin course. I was so sad. I really wanted to take it, but they stopped offering it the year I went there. Tragic. I mean, did he even technically name them since he was like an absentee father for so long? Or, you know... Like, did they just adopt those names later? Ferrus Manus existed solely to die to make things serious during the Horus Heresy? No? Wow. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still confused about some aspects. Like, for example, what Magnus did. You guys tried to explain what Magnus did. I just know that he told the Emperor about Horus's betrayal, and then that snowballed, but I don't remember exactly what happened. Don't bother trying to explain to me now. My brain is all tapped out. I will save your breath. Do not get started. I will only get more confused. Okay. Then there's, after this, there's the chapters that split off even more. Don't worry, there are plenty of videos on that. Yay! He told the Emperor about Horus, but with sorcery, which is bad. Wait, that's actually a good summary, though. Oh, I see. I see. So it wasn't that he told him, but how he told him. I kind of want to play Total War next week. Would you guys want to watch me go through the Space Marine campaign? There's still a lot I have to do. But I don't know how much fun that would be. I think I'd have to start probably from the beginning. Is it possible for me to start from the beginning? I really like Titus. He's so cool. I don't like when people are bitchy to Titus. It pisses me off. I feel like I get protective over him. Let's see, what do I have? I'm not going to start Rogue Trader yet. People have been asking me to start Rogue Trader, but I'm going to be so honest with you. I think Rogue Trader would do like shit on my channel. So I probably play that at least the first few streams here, and then I play in private. It's too long for me to do a membership, I think. Let's see. I'll put on some music for you. What do I have? War Warhammer. I have Warhammer Vermintide, I have Space Marine 2, I have Total War Warhammer 3, I have Darktide too. I have Warhammer 40k Darktide. I have... What the heck is this? When did I buy this? Huh? Warhammer 40k Gladius Relics of War. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Warhammer Underworld Spadeshire Edition. I don't remember ever having bought these. Like, ever. Past Amaya did something with my wallet. Humble Bundle? I don't use really Humble Bundle. Perhaps I got it for free. Rogue Trader is a lot of reading, which I don't really mind too much, but it has to be in certain moments, you know? I have to... Sometimes I need to be in the right mood to read. Actually, very frequently. I need to be in the right mood to read the novels I like. Speaking of which, you have another favorite faction other than the Thousand Suns and Salamanders? Well, to be fair, Thousand Suns and Salamanders is just what I got on my quiz. I do like the Salamanders, but like, I don't really know much about the Thousand Suns. So like my quiz, for example, you can see my results here as to what I got. Oh shoot. This is what I got for my chaos. Or no, this is for loyalist. Oopsie, sorry. I forgot to screenshot the other one. But anyways, for chaos faction, I got 93% Night Lords, and then I got 96% Thousand Suns. This is for my loyalist one. I got Salamanders. In terms of my favorite Space Marine factions, probably aside from Ultramarines, I do like the Lamenters. Just because Thomas talked about it, and then when I did look into them a little bit, they seemed really interesting and sad and pathetic. And I was like, wow, this terrible bad luck is very familiar to me, so. And then aside from Space Marine chapters, which Space Marine chapters would probably be Lamenters, Ultramarines, Salamanders. Blood Angels seem kind of cool too, to be honest. I also like the Imperial Guard. I like the Admechs a lot. I think the Admechs are probably my favorite faction outside of, I guess, the Imperium. Welcome, Raiders! I hope you had a great time with Umiko. Hello, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and a member of Glitchstar's 4th generation Aerunia. Feel free to give Umiko some love on the Twitch end. We're just currently going over a review for the timeline for 40k. But we're talking about my favorite factions. So for the Space Marines, it would be Ultramarines, Salamanders, and the Lamenters. Also Blood Angels. I think that's probably what I'm most interested in right now. Thank you! I'm glad you like my model. Ha! Just for you. And then, what do you call it? In general, I like the Admechs a lot. Admechs are interesting. And then... what else? I'm not sure. It's hard when they're not all laid out. But I personally find the Admechs really interesting because it's like humanity but not humanity. You know what I mean? Overall, I probably like the Imperium and the Admechs the most. I'm not a huge fan of all the, I guess, alien or Xenos races. They're not bad, right? But I just tend to not be as interested in them. I don't know why. I think if I got to know them more, perhaps I would feel a little differently about them, but currently, not so much. But I also haven't done like a huge deep dive into them, right? I think part of what attracts me to the Imperium is the sense of unity that's there. But also humanity. Like, it's a sense of humanity and unity together. you know? I feel like there are still elements that I appreciate. Well, unity relative, right? It's interesting to see humanity in such a light. It feels relatable. Guys, okay, I say unity relative to what we have now in this world. It's inconceivable for me to imagine other humans giving a shit about one another in some capacity, or putting at least the species above themselves, because people are so hyper individualistic. You know what I mean? Like, this is my perspective from it. Yeah, it's humanity in an entirely different light from what we have right now. And to me, that's very fascinating. If anything, the Imperium Man is your best shot at surviving a hostile galaxy if you're a human. I mean, yeah. Or what else are you gonna do? You're just gonna be enslaved everywhere else. Well, actually, you might get enslaved there too. That would be very unfortunate. Join the Tau. I don't know if I want to join the Tau. Maybe if I got to know more about them. You'd survive with the Dark Eldar, unfortunately. I don't want to be furniture, guys. I do not have the desire to be furniture. I think it's interesting to think about the broader franchise in the context of how times have changed. The late 80s/90s, early 90s were considerably more peaceful internationally. I think... like, all of my perspective is from someone... I don't know. Sometimes I feel very much like a misanthrope, right? Where I'm just like, fuck humanity. So to see humanity come together somewhat, at least for the greater good, is what I personally think humanity today should strive for. And seeing it even in some sort of distorted capacity, I find fascinating. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense to anyone. Have you seen much stuff about the Space Dwarves, Votan? They were phased out decades ago, but reintroduced a few years ago with a revamp. I have not. I saw a little bit in one of Bricky's videos where he talked about the League of Votan at the end, I think. I think this was a factions one, but that's it. If I remember correctly, the Tau traded with the Hive City and gave them clean water. The Imperium came and destroyed the Hive City for trading. Hive City is in, like, what? Tyranid? I thought it was impossible to trade with them. Unless you have to be talking about something else, right? Yeah, I'm like, I'm being re-explained. Why don't you want to be furniture? I think you would be a great table. I think you guys should be seats of the smelliest asses. Oh, it's an Imperium city. Oh, okay. Oh, Hive World is human world of cities. Oh, I did not know this. Okay. Dark Tide takes place in the Hive City. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know who I've been killing in Dark Tide. I have to reinstall it. You can use me as a chair anytime, May. Thank you. At least you guys would be somewhat useful then. Hive cities are basically large archaeology cities that comprise of hive worlds. That comprise hive worlds. Okay, so they're just like metropolises, kind of. It's hinted at there's a gene stealer cult on the Darktide planet. Is this in Darktide? I assume so. Re-download Darktide? Why do I sense some bias in that? How much is 84 gigabytes? Bruh. Jesus Christ. How much room do I have? Ah! I gotta tell you, my C drive only has 18 gigabytes free. My D drive, which is my other SSD, only has 168 gigabytes out of 2 terabytes. It's rough out here, guys. How? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even think I have that many games installed. To be fair, I do have like a lot of programs for stream that maybe take up space. 40k isn't even that big. Like, actually. Oh shit, I have Sea of Thieves installed? Okay, well, I mean, that one's silly. I think that's at least 30 to 80 gigabytes. I have Nier installed. I have No Rest for the Wicked installed. Oh, I have Oblivion installed? That doesn't seem right, I swear. Oh my fucking god, guys. I played Detroit Become Human yesterday on my PS4. I already have it on PC. I didn't even know I bought it on PC. Oh my god. Welp. That's crazy. I don't remember having purchased it on PC, dude. Wow. Which, by the way, if you want to watch an interesting discussion about humanity and sentience and AI becoming human, feel free to watch yesterday's stream. To be fair, I, like... why would I even think I had it? Ender Magnolia... Hades, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Hytale. Okay, yeah, those make sense. No Rest of the Wicked, I literally haven't played since 2024. So, that one's kind of crazy that I still have that installed. Well, let me kill that off. Uninstall. Jesus the Christo. You wouldn't be accepting the AdMac? Honestly, yeah, I get it. I have so many technology problems every single day. If something can break on me, it will break. At least soon I can uninstall Silent Hill F because I'll be finishing it tomorrow. So, there we go. I have XCOM still installed! I haven't played it since 2024! Okay. That game fucked my ass. Oh, Where Winds Meet actually takes up a lot of storage. Helldivers 2 still installed. Monster Hunter Wilds. I installed Monster Hunter World to play it with chat, but I've only played Wild still. No, there's so many. Oh my gosh. What else is there to uninstall? I mean, it's not gonna update right away. Like how many or how much space I have left. Sea of Thieves. I can uninstall Sea of Thieves. I need to reinstall Deep Rock Galactic. Sea of Thieves. What else is there? Milk inside a bag, inside a milk inside a bag. Yeah. Disco Elysium, not uninstalled. Dispatch. Oh, I can uninstall Dispatch now. I'm kind of scared to see how much storage it frees up. Uninstall Oblivion. I wonder why I didn't uninstall it, because I swear I uninstalled this before. Uninstall. Yeah, thankfully it won't take me too long for Deep Rock Galactic. I still have Metaphor installed? I don't know what delusional part of me thought I would play that anytime soon. She's crazy. She's actually crazy. Oh, I have Okami? I need to play Outer Wilds. I've never played Outer Wilds before. Did you guys know that? Never. Never ever. Omori. Yep. Uninstall, bitch. Dispatch uninstalling. Are you uninstalling though? I don't feel like you are. Monster Hunter Prom. Haven't played since 2021. I'm scared. I'm scared to see how much space is freed up. No. Yeah, I've never played Outer Wilds. I've been waiting for stream to play it, but I haven't been able to find a good time. You're not gonna like this, chat. You're really not gonna like this. Oh. Oh. Okay. Remember how I said I had 180 like 1 gigs left on this drive? To be fair, this is like my extra SSD that I bought like last year. Or like last year. And then I have another external one that I store my shit in. Well, you know what? At least now I have some space. I was not playing those. I was getting concerned for my storage. Unfortunately, I do not know what is taking up so much space on my C drive because my D drive is where all my Steam stuff is. So Darktide? Yeah, I could reinstall Darktide. If anyone wants to play Darktide, it will not happen today because I want to watch Spy Family with my sister. Because we need to move on to season 2 soon. But yeah, I'm sorry. I will say I feel very bad that today I was particularly scatterbrained, unfortunately. I am very sorry. My brain has not been functioning according to my normal capacity, which is very high, by the way, just saying. Yeah. At least there are a lot of things that are now cleared up. And we can go into other Warhammer stuff with more knowledge. That said, I'm not sure. Probably next Warhammer stream is going to be on Sunday, but you know, if you just like chatting with me and enjoyed spending time here, feel free to follow, subscribe, stick around. Tomorrow is going to be... What is tomorrow going to be? I don't remember. When am I streaming tomorrow? I'm sure I have a membership stream, and then I have something else. Membership stream, and then... Oh, I'm doing CZN tomorrow. Because 9 just came out. I actually have not played her much, so I'm excited. I think you did really good with all the Chungus names the Games Workshop came up with. Thank you. I feel like I understood, or I got most of the names down at the end. One more time, okay? So, Iron Hands. Literally, Ferris Manus means Iron Hand. And then Iron Hands. And then Sanguinius has the Blood Angels, loyal. Space Wolves is Lehman Russ, loyal. Death Guard is Mortemum or whatever, disloyal. Imperial Fists is Dorn, and they're loyal. Ultramarines, Robert Gurleyman, loyal. Raven Guard would be Corvus Corax. I'm doing this completely from my head, by the way. Raven Guard would be Corvus Corax. Loyal. Horus would be Sons of Horus, Luna Wolves, and then Black something. I don't remember. Disloyal. And then... What else is there? Alfarius Omegon would be the twins, and they're disloyal. Fulgrim, disloyal. Emperor's Sons. Who am I missing? Salamander. Their leader is Vulcan, and they're loyal. Thousand Sons, disloyal. Magnus. Red. Who am I missing? I got Thousand Sons. Raven Guard. Oh, Night Lords would be Corvée, I think. Disloyal. They're purpley gray. Hey, I'm still going! Okay, but now that we're talking about White Scars would be Jagatai, and they're loyal. Then... Yeah, I got the Night Lords, and I said Corvée. Or Corva. I think I got most of them. I think there's still a couple I'm missing. Oh, I'm missing... Peter Perturber or whatever, and he is of, what is he of? Peter Turbo. He's disloyal, and I don't remember his. Iron Warriors. Okay, I was like, I think he's Iron something, but I don't remember what. And then from left to right, it went Iron Hands, Emperor Sons, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, and below that it was Death Guard. I think I got most of them. I'm pretty sure I got most of them. Right, chat? Who's missing, alive / dead? Oh gosh. Oh, I forgot Lionel Johnson. That's who I forgot. How did I forget them? Alive. Missing. Alive. Missing. Oh wait, maybe you're not missing. I know someone is chasing Lorgar. Oh, I forgot about you too. Lorgar is being chased by... Is it Corvus? Someone's chasing him. Oh, I got it right! I got it right! Yay! And then... I think you're alive. You're alive. Everyone likes the 40k version. You're... I don't fucking know what happened to you. You're alive, I think. You're super dead. You're dead. You're alive. You're... I don't fucking know. Kurz is dead. That's Night Lords, right? There you go. I have not watched the Space Marine video from Bricky yet. Also, hi, Yamagati. You know what? I'm proud of myself. I think that we should all praise me for learning this now. I think that that would help me retain more information and make me do more Warhammer content. Ferris Manus is very dead. He's what do you call it? Iron thingy, right? Where is it? Iron Warriors? Iron Hands. Because literally means Iron Hand. So creative. I did learn a lot. Honestly, I will say I did remember a lot more names than I expected to, because I'm not a name person, guys. I'm like a vague visual person. That said, we've been doing this for a while. I want to go chill. So let me say thank you real quick to everyone. And if you're new here, remember to follow, subscribe, stick around. I'll be doing more Warhammer content in the future. I do it usually about once a week because I don't want it to take over my channel in its entirety, because for me personally, I want me to be the reason people are here, not just me reacting to Warhammer content every once in a while. Which, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But that's just personally the audience I want to develop. So I know some people want more Warhammer. The max I will do it is like 1 to 2 times a week. Because I am more than Warhammer. I have plenty of personality to be appreciated. Let's see. Who do I go to read? Okay. I'm thinking... I'm looking. I did watch 3 videos. That was a very good time for me, I will say. I'm really proud of your girl. Thank you! I worked really hard to memorize things, even if I got some things wrong. I can see people complaining now. What excellent content for me to enjoy in the future. I don't have any friends, guys. What do? I don't have any friends. Whatever. It's fine. I'll take a look here. Oh, maybe not. I try to be considerate of how long people typically stream. So... I don't get to read Mochi much. So I will read Mochi. Oop. And then I will say thank you, of course, to chat. Dun 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 dun. I raid Hero a lot. I try to diversify. Of course, I'm always happy to raid Hero, but I want to try raiding other people since oftentimes I don't have too many options for people to raid. So thankfully today I do have options. Oh my. Alright. Thank you, Demo. Thank you, Crispy. Thank you, Hummus. Thank you, Nori. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, XC. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Meat. Thank you, Hiko. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Salt. Thank you, Soda. Thank you, Lemon. Thank you, Mac. And thank you, Wiz. Alright. I don't think there's anything more that I have to do. Oh, just a reminder. Clipping contest results, if you're still waiting on, like, to decide whether or not you should buy merch, they should probably be decided next week. And the last day you can purchase the Aerunia debut merch would be the 17th. So just keep that in mind if you did want our merch. If you have not seen our merch, it is very nice and you can find it at the link below. We have a bunch of stuff. Here, I'll just show you. I can show you some of the merch. But we have like buttons, we have acrylic stands, we have playmats. So here's our bundle. Oh gosh, that is big. That's what she never said. So if you have not seen it and you would perhaps like Amaya merch, which I do have my own store separate from Glitch Stars that has stuff. And then this is too big. Here, whatever. I'll do this. Ta-da! Look, buttons. So cute. Look, this button of mine says yikes forever because my life is a joke. Kenyang. Everyone else had catchphrases. This was mine. Look at everyone else's. Kon kanana. Hi Mina. Kauhio. Yikes forever. Yep. Mine's a little bit different. I don't know why it doesn't say Onk for hers. And then you could get the diorama. Wow! Wouldn't you want the Aerunia diorama? Wowzers. You can get a playmat. I think there's... You can get card sleeves! Let's fucking go! The card sleeves are really nice. Bonus gold foil for signed postcard? Wow! Wow, that's my actual signature, by the way. I hand wrote that. I'm just saying. I am a little bit different. Whether or not is in a good way, I could not tell you. Yeah, anyways. That's all I gotta say. All I gotta show. Also use code Amaya at Zephyr Arcade if you want to buy some Warhammer bundles. You can get 10% off all store contents. 10% off is actually a really good discount, I will say. Anyways, good night, chat. Gonna be reading Mochi. Thank you. I'm sorry I was such a mess today. My brain has not been functioning as it should be recently. I don't know. It could be because I've been taking my medication sporadically. Could it be? Nah. Who would ever believe that? Okay, good night. Oh, also before I forget, make sure to give those that rated us some love. Okay. Be good. Let's see. Umiko _VT rated, and then who else rated? Oh, Lita! Lita! My beautiful jellyfish Lita. LIDA ORIANA rated. She streams on YouTube. Okay, good night!